bene, lei tiene già. Allora, lei non ancora.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
Hello and a warm welcome to our final day of broadcasts here from the Climate Hub at COP30 Belém. Those of you watching might have realized that we did not have the press briefing from the Planetary Science Pavilion last night, or at the end of our show, because that was why the reason was that Johan Rockström and Colin Snober, the scientists, were called into a meeting with President Lula, which is good. So that's just the explanation for you that might be missing out, wondering where that session went. So there's lots of stuff happening still. Of course, we're still not really aware of how the negotiations will be ending, Nick, right? So what else is happening?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's just worth pointing out to the viewers that there's still a lot of things up in the air right now. We don't really know what's going to happen tomorrow. We know there's a lot of talk about finance, you know, the 1.3 trillion which developing countries need so they can really do their best to deal with climate change, but also adaptation funding as well. That needs to be stepped up, but we're not at that point right now to know where that's going to end. And also the roadmaps for the phase out of fossil fuels. We know there's 80 countries pushing for that, but there's also a lot of countries very quiet. China, India, people like this have not said anything about roadmaps for the phase out of fossil fuels. So we wait and we hope. But my heart really goes out today, I have to say, to Jane Lomax-Smith. You may not know Jane Lomax-Smith. She's a formidable woman. She's the mayor of Adelaide in Australia. And in some way that it's really hard to work out, Australia, which had so many backers to actually host the next climate conference, and Adelaide as the host city, which is 100% renewable energy, you know, seems to have lost out to Turkey. And even more bizarre is that Turkey will host it. They will reap the benefits of lots of investment coming into their country from people coming to the COP. And yet Australia's been given the job of actually handling the negotiations, the really hard work. I don't know how this happened, but I'm sure that some people were very shocked. I mean, Turkey is a beautiful country in many ways, but, you know, the opposition leader in that country is facing 2,000 years in jail. And that kind of human rights issue is not really very healthy as a background to a COP, let's be honest. So let's see. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Nick. That's a great segue to the next introduction here. We're going to talk about the theme of today's broadcast here at We Don't Have Time. It's Democracy Day. And we are going to start this morning with a special and quite unusual opening. We're going to screen a film. Before we screen the film, we're going to have a panel. And the film is called Stand with Courage. It's a 4-part documentary series created by Sandrine Dixon de Clèves. And she's a climate and systems change leader, but she's also the granddaughter of Bernard de Clèves, who was a resistance fighter, and it's also created by our very own Carl Eneroth. So you'll be having the opportunities to see this film shortly. The series asks us to remember the past through the stories of the Nazi resistance. We need to see this because we need to apply the learnings to the present, and also ensure that we do really stand with courage to guarantee a better tomorrow. So before the screening begins, I'm going to introduce the speakers shortly, so stay tuned. So before we start the screening of the film Stand with Courage, it's a documentary series in 4 parts. I have the pleasure of introducing some of the people involved in creating this, and I'm so excited to watch it. Carl Eneroth, you are the filmmaker, and you are a documentary filmmaker, and you are the person that really filmed this and edited it. So great to have you. And you're also my colleague here at We Don't Have Time, because you are a videographer and a filmmaker here. And next to you is Adelaide Charlier. You are youth climate activist at the Youth for Climate movement in Belgium.
Yes.
Welcome back, because you were on my show the other day.
Thank you
I
very
really
much.
enjoyed that.
Thank you. It's an honor.
And next to Adelaide is Victor. You're Victor Helgren. You're from the College of Europe. You're a College of Europe graduate and also coordinator of Systems Transformation Hub. Wonderful to have you, Victor.
Thank you.
And with us on via Zoom, we have Sandrine Dixon de Clève. And Sandrine, she's been on our shows so many times. It's always a delight. Climate and systems change leader, granddaughter of the resistance fighter Bernard de Clève. And he was professor at College of Europe and also, you are professor, College of Europe, and also co-creator of the film. Sorry about that, Sandrine. And also with us,
It's okay.
we have another distinguished guest. We have Jean-Marc Lieberherr Monnet. And you're the grandson of Jean Monnet, who is the founder of the European Union, and you're also from the Monnet Institute. So wonderful to have you with us, Jean-Marc.
Thanks for having me.
So, Carl, let's start with you.
Yes.
You've been working with us here at We Don't Have Time here at the COP, and I'm curious, what made you get involved in this fabulous project to create the documentary series Stand with Courage?
Yes, thank you. How does a story really begin? I was in Paris at the Climate Reality conference, and I had just finished another documentary called Healing Beyond Fear about Ukraine. And I was in the sort of lookout for a new story, and I was going around there and interviewing people I thought interesting. And one person who is very interesting is Sandrine. I've heard her talk about, make her a lot of speeches I've seen. But I was so intrigued. Where does this fearlessness come from? And where does this energy comes from? And how come she's so clear about it? How come she stands out? So when I sort of bumped into her and we started talking, and she mentioned her grandfather, that she had rediscovered tapes and about the Belgian resistance. And then I thought it all came together, because we were at that time, and we still are, sort of under attack from the east with Russia on Ukraine, but also the rhetoric from the left, from the west. And we were in the middle here, Europe, and we had to stand up. And I think I could do one piece. But it all starts then with, of course, single persons. It's not sort of institutions that are going to do this. It's us. And here was a really good story. And Sandrine jumped on it, which was really, really a very good idea. And as you will see when it comes further here, it's a story about a family which is sort of torn apart by external factors, and how to rebuild that, and not only rebuild the whole family, but actually rebuild the whole society. And this is where Jean-Marc comes in, and it all turned out very nicely.
Well, thank you, Carl. Turning now to Sandrine, you carry this story both as a witness and also as a guide. And you're moving from personal memory to political meaning, and this is really strong. I've seen some of the trailers, and I was very moved and very excited to be able to watch it today. So what does standing with courage mean to you today, Sandrine, and in face of both climate breakdown, of course, also the threats to democracy that's pretty rampant all over the world?
Well, thank you, Katarina, and thanks again to We Don't Have Time for even featuring this film at a time when we're in the midst of COP. And I want to make the link to COP, because this is the COP of truth. And actually, this film is about bringing truth to power. It's about understanding our link with the past and bringing it into the present. We are a bit in a 1930s moment, and some people will say, well, these films are about Europe, and why is that relevant to me? Me as an Indigenous person, me as someone who doesn't live in Europe. And I think it's relevant to all of us, because it speaks to the inhumanity and the way in which we can quickly go down a rabbit hole of oppression and in particular of bullying. And we're seeing it coming from the United States, but we're seeing it as a way to almost justify many authoritarian leaders. So yes, this is my historical memory. When I met Carl, I was in the midst of trying to understand how I could make my history my legacy, and how I could actually convey the messages that my grandfather always gave to me every single time I saw him. Do not forget history. And I am a real transatlantic implant. I had the beauty of growing up in California and understanding the offering of democracy. And yet, by the same token, I am coming from a grandfather who was both in the resistance, captured in concentration camps, and felt the torture of what it looks like to take the inhumanity that we're starting to see today to the level of total oppression. And so my warning to everyone in this film is both about understanding the past, but if we don't quickly stand with courage, we will not be able to shift our present into a positive future. And that is also why the beautiful relationship that I've been able to create with Jean-Marc is about how can we understand the past to bring it into the present and then build a vision for the future.
Thank you very much indeed, Sandrine. Jean-Marc, your grandfather was very operational in laying the foundations for a peaceful Europe, for the European Union. So, in your view, Jean Monnet's method for doing this, or his mindset even, why is it so urgent to rediscover this at this point in time?
Well, thanks a lot, and thanks, Sandrine, for your kind words. Indeed, it's been a wonderful encounter, and I'm sure we're going to do a lot together going forward, because our grandparents were resistance in their own way, through their own tools, and building on the position they were in, and that mindset of resistance is very, very important today. And indeed, my grandfather played a key role in solving or finding a path forward in most of the major crises in the 20th century, where indeed we're in very dark times, and we're struggling to see a peaceful and prosperous way forward for Europeans. So he helped organize joint action of the Allies during the First and the Second World War, and obviously he was the inspiration behind the Coal and Steel Community in 1950, which laid the ground for the European project, which is arguably the most successful peace project ever, and one of the most extraordinary human adventures ever. Every time he came up with original ideas, solutions, structures that were catered for the time and that provided a solution to a collective problem. And I guess we are today faced with a collective problem, finding a way forward, a way back to collective action to face these common dangers and challenges that we're facing, that Sandrine alluded to. So I think there are two things that we can really refer to today, really important. First, we need to remember the vision. The vision of Monnet is the vision of unity, peace, shared prosperity through collective action, organized by institutions that are based on the rule of law. And that vision is still relevant today. And one of the reasons why we are having difficulties is that the world is moving away from that vision, but is highly relevant, and we need to bear it in mind and refocus on it. The second thing is the method. Monnet always came with a method, a way to translate vision into reality. And one of the most important elements of this method is to organize collective action behind a key lever that can actually move us forward. In 1950, it was coal and steel. How to organize collective action of Europeans behind a key lever, a point that will lead on to everything else, not the 25 different things that make us lose our way, but one or two key levers that are really going to help us go forward. We need collectively to identify these levers and focus our collective efforts and resources behind this. And that's really important. So I think the vision and the method are really what we need to reconnect to today.
Thank you very much indeed, Jean-Marc. Turning now to Adelaide, you've called for the need for emotional courage as well as political courage. So how do European young people move from fear to agency, Adelaide?
Thank you. Before answering that, I would like to just highlight the strength also of Jean-Marc and Sandrine. You had the chance of having incredible people in your family, but also as young people, we look at your strength and your courage today in order to make sure that we will have that will that will have the perseverance throughout our life also. The courage that we have today as young people, also in this COP, has to be infinite. Because this is COP 30. I'll probably be, I don't know, at COP 40, at COP 50. I need this strength. So thank you so much for passing it on. In order to pass from fear to courage and to action, we have to accept the fear. We have to accept the feeling of how it's touching us, of literally being sad, of accepting these emotions. And it's hard because we don't have lots of public space for that. It's seen as weak. It's seen as something that you should push away, put aside, and not make it public, especially as a leader. A weak leader apparently is a leader with emotions. That's a real crisis. That's where I think we are starting our humanitarian crisis. So the first thing I would say is please feel the fear. Feel the sadness, feel your madness. And then we have to transform that. Of course, we can't only be mad every day, otherwise we get depressed. But we can take that fear and these emotions, feel them, we have them here, and then we inform ourselves. We meet, and most importantly, we don't stay alone. We join a community that has the power, because together, with all these different fears, we want to figure out how we get out of there. And that's very empowering. And this is the moment of coming from this sadness, these emotions that you felt alone, sharing them with the community, and together as a community, building one project in order to feel empowered. And you know, the importance is not if the project is going to pass or not. The project of this documentary is incredible. We hope the entire world is going to see it. But it already saved some people. It already was impactful. And so when you build a project, don't look at if it's going to change the entire world. Do it. Because it's at that moment that you're transforming your fearness into courage and action. And don't do it alone.
Excellent, Adelaide. I really like that intervention. So, Victor, in this documentary, you walk the streets of Bruges, and you talk to people. So, could you please tell us a bit about what you heard, and also why listening is so important?
I think that's kind of what binds us all together, building this community. But also, it was part of Jean Monnet's method to bring people in the room and to listen to them. And that's exactly what we tried to do in Bruges. And we walked around, and people have stories to share. They want to tell their story, and it's super important that we listen, but not only listen, but also understand what they're saying to us and engage with what they're saying. And we tried. I hope it went more or less well in the streets of Bruges. And you know, they say we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we should listen twice as much as we talk. And I think it's really the basis of all the work we do here at COP, and all the work we do together is if we listen to each other and mostly understand and engage with our peers, with our colleagues, we will move forward in a great way.
Thank you, Victor. I have 2 questions left to see if we can manage to get them in time. But I'd like to start with you, Sandrine. The sense of belonging. Where do you get it? What makes you want to really care and protect and act?
Well, I think part of that sense of belonging, as I said, comes from my own history. Realizing that I had one part of my family, my grandfather, who was in the resistance. But then on my maternal side, I actually had a grandfather who was one of the first fonctionnaires in the European Commission. So following the vision of Jean Monnet. And the sense of belonging for us was being active citizens within a new journey called Europe. And even though we left for the these 4 films are about how others feel about that sense of belonging. It's about how we recreate a new sense of belonging, not one of being like deer in the headlights, dictated by bullies, whether they be in the United States or elsewhere, telling us that we have to act this way and become less and less human. What I hope this film will be able to show everyone is that by understanding history, by coming back to our own self-truth, we can truly come back not only to being European, but to being more human. And that's what I'm hopeful. And Katerina, you and I have been in Belém just 2 days ago. We were together. I think the beauty of Brazil's Belém was trying to make us all feel included in rebuilding something completely different that is anchored in a humanity that is getting eroded by those who actually want to bring hate and perpetuate war rather than peace and love.
Thank you so much, Sandrine. This is really a powerful message, and it needs to be brought to the world. And this is what we're going to do now in a few minutes. So, Carl, for you, where does the sense of belonging come from your perspective? Where do you get your fuel to act from the heart?
I think that I just spoke to one of the best sailors in the world. I did an interview with him, and of course that was the ocean. And it was obvious you're on a sailing boat and you look around, you have to find the signs. But I think that is an image and metaphor of where we are today, that perhaps it's not over there. It's not when I go to that vacation spot in the weekends, but it's actually right now, right here. So this sense that we've been talking about here, going through your fears of being rejected perhaps, or being not part of the group, and just being very present in the moment and shifting from this ownership to a belonging, sense of belonging, and creating it together with others, as Adelaide has been talking about. I think it's here, and it's now actually. So this feeling of being one. So a last point also is how we conceive this film. It's not about, look at this Netflix thing, it's fantastic. Well, it could be, but it's not that. It's more than how can you use this opportunity to find your own courage, perhaps not saving children out of burning houses, but in things that you want to do, but you're afraid of doing. And sort of echoing what Adelaide said here, just standing in that fear and not going around it, but standing in it, you will know it will pass within a minute or so. So if you can face that, if you're not being scared of being, if you're not having fear of being fear, I think we can do a lot of things together.
Well, thank you, Carl, and thank you, Victor, Adelaide, and of course, Sandrine and Jean-Marc for this panel. Now we're going to watch the documentary series, and I'm so excited. And let's watch it as not as spectators only, but also as participants, and get inspired and stand with courage. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Dieser Kampf entscheidet das Schicksal der deutschen Nation für die nächsten 1000 Jahre. Das ganze deutsche Volk ist mit seinen Segenswünschen bei seinen Soldaten.
So we are now facing the double doors of the Gestapo building where my grandfather, Bernard de Clèves, who was 25 years old at the time, turned himself in because he had heard from a family member who had come to his house that he had actually left because he needed to protect the family, that the Gestapo was going to come and take him. But also that if he didn't turn himself in, that the family would be taken with him. And so to protect his family, he walked in freely into these doors. And what he recounts is that he never thought that these doors would become the beginning of a journey through hell. He talks about, as an officer and also as a resistance fighter, that there would be some level of rule of law. He thought maybe they would treat him properly and let him go. But they didn't. They actually kept him for 3 more years and transferred him from here to the prison that we're going to go to then subsequent prisons, to then subsequent concentration camps, and then an extermination camp in Germany, to then finally be liberated by the Americans. So the journey starts here.
Dans mon peloton, j'étais chef de peloton, et j'avais dit c'était un peloton flamand et français. Mais c'était un peloton plutôt flamand. Je n'étais pas flamand et je ne parlais pas bien le flamand, pas du tout. Alors je leur avais dit, moi de toute façon, cette guerre, je la vois d'une façon, il faut se battre, il faut résister. Vous n'avez pas besoin que je vous parle, je serai toujours devant et j'ai trois gestes. Ce geste-là, vous dire d'arrêter, ce geste-là, vous dire d'avancer, et le troisième, vous ne l'aurez jamais, ça veut dire reculer. Bah, toujours.
So I am now walking in the footsteps of my grandfather, and he's walking to now the second building where the Gestapo takes him, which has cells in the basement. And down in the cells, I've heard that there are inscriptions from some of the prisoners that were taken and held there before being transferred to a variety of different camps. What really troubles me, again, is this notion that behind a wall, there can be so many horrors. That behind a leadership, we can see preparation towards horror. And we see some of those signs today and wonder, could this really happen? Could this get out of control? Could several of our leaders join forces? We know that they're a part of the radical left and right, but in particular for the moment, the radical right, those countries that are under populistic leadership, that are listening to each other and that are working together. And in particular, following a method of dehumanization. We see it in the United States with the throwing out of the migrant populations.
C'est ça qui était la caractéristique du camp de concentration, c'est qu'on vous voyait absolument tout. Vous étiez déshabillé, c'est la première réaction d'un être humain quand il est nu au milieu d'autres êtres humains, quand on ne s'est jamais trouvé au milieu de centaines d'autres tout nus. C'était dégradant de voir qu'on vous rasait tous les poils, vous mettre dans des situations, vous courber, etc., pour vous enlever les poils. Et ça, c'était combien de fois par mois qu'ils faisaient ça? C'était pour ce qu'ils appelaient le loss control, le contrôle des poux. Hein? Vous aviez difficile de ne pas voir quand on pendait, puisque on vous réunissait pour voir les pendus. C'était très difficile de ne pas voir comment vivaient les autres. Hein? Parce que dans le fond, pour les besoins les plus, si vous voulez, c'était pas une fois qu'il fallait aller faire pipi. Comme on n'avait plus de muscles, vous voyez le nombre de fois on devait faire pipi dans un culotte. Bon, ça, c'était courant. C'est pour ça qu'on devait puer comme des ordures. Ça, c'était épouvantable. Il n'y avait pas d'eau pour se laver. avec un truc qui était difficile à laver d'ailleurs aussi. Cette espèce d'uniforme qui était de la fibrane, qui était du papier. Quoi.
Donc je le retrouve à Mauthausen, ce truc. C'est pour dire que dans certains camps, le sadisme avait été poussé jusque dans ses retranchements de cette façon. C'était une espèce de grande plaine, marécageuse, qui dépendait du camp. C'est le fameux camp où il y a 200 et des marches pour porter les pierres depuis le bas de la carrière jusqu'en haut, avec 30 kilos de pierres en général sur le dos. Ou bien vous arriviez, ou bien vous n'arriviez pas. Je n'ai fait ça que quelques jours, heureusement encore. Si vous n'arrivez pas en haut avec votre pierre coupée, etc., on vous descendait sur place, ou bien on vous poussait. Et les cadavres qui étaient là, nous devions le soir les remonter. Nous devions prendre par les jambes une pauvre épave humaine morte, un squelette. C'était tout ce qui restait de nous. J'étais comme ça aussi. Et nous devions sentir cette tête qui brinque-ballait. Il fallait les remonter pour les mettre sur des chariots, pour qu'ils aillent au crématoire. C'est là aussi que les SS faisaient s'aligner en haut de la carrière, les gars, et leur disaient « sautez ». Quand vous étiez là, et qu'on vous disait « sautez », je vous jure qu'il n'y a plus moyen de faire autrement. Quand on vous prend votre mutzen, la casquette, et que le SS la jette sur les fils de fer barbelés, ça fait une petite étincelle. Il oblige le gars à y aller. Ça fait une grande étincelle et ça devient tout noir. C'est le corps calciné sur un fil de fer barbelé. J'ai vu ça tous les jours.
We see it also in the way in which they're systematically taking hold of knowledge, which is exactly what Hitler did as well. We see it in Hungary, and we see it in the United States in terms of the attack on universities. We see that they're systematically also starting to get rid of the rule of law, slowly eroding the way in which human beings are kept under control to a certain degree so that this viciousness does not get out of hand. And that we must take in and understand. Are we going to rise up now? Or do we wait till we have another war in order to build from the ashes?
Et quand j'ai vu des milliers de gens habillés, avec leurs vêtements habituels, avec leur grande croix, leur grande étoile jaune, avec à ce moment-là encore le papa et la maman ensemble, à ce moment encore, ne croyant pas ce qui allait leur arriver. Et de voir cette séparation brusquement, les enfants s'en aller, la maman leur donnant encore leur poupée toute perdue, le mari et la femme séparés, et puis l'entrée, et puis cette fumée, cette odeur. Ça, c'est quelque chose que je n'oublierai jamais. C'est à ce moment-là que j'ai vraiment compris ce qu'était l'Holocauste, ce qu'était la méchanceté de l'homme, et ce qu'était l'humanité, et le fond de méchanceté qu'il y avait au fond de l'homme. J'aurais peut-être encore pu en douter jusqu'à ce moment-là. C'est très curieux, mais là, c'est déclenché une révolte, c'est déclenché au fond de moi-même, si vous voulez, ça n'intéresse que moi, le désir de ne jamais d'essayer de ne jamais plus faire de mal à quelqu'un, et d'essayer au maximum d'aider s'il se trouve encore des gens dans cette... Mais vous voudriez réagir à ce moment-là. Vous voudriez aller aider. Vous voudriez aller chercher. Mais nous étions dans l'impossibilité de pouvoir aider. Nous étions nous-mêmes gardés, mais bon, à une autre tâche. automatiquement si vous pouviez servir au SS et aux capots, parce que les capots recevaient des timbres, des petits tickets, chaque fois qu'ils cassaient la gueule à quelqu'un, à Dachau de toute façon, et à Mauthausen certainement, ils avaient droit à un ticket. Puis alors ils pouvaient aller, c'était le suprême raffinement, au pouf. Et c'était également une baraque. Ce n'est qu'après que j'ai pu voir comment c'était disposé. Maintenant, je vous raconte quelque chose. J'ai vu des têtes de femmes, fardées, coiffées, avec des robes de théâtre. Ils regardaient tristement les gars tout nus qui passaient, avec des airs de vaches qui regardent passer les trains. Le prisonnier m'a dit, un Polonais m'a dit, je ne sais pas ce que c'est. Ce sont donc des femmes prisonnières qui étaient utilisées dans ce bordel pour les capots et pour le SS. Et ça se passait de la même façon, on entrait pour les capots, ils entraient par une porte. Il y avait un grand pot avec un désinfectant et un gars qui était là avec une espèce de grand pinceau de peintre de bâtiment. Il prenait dans le pot, qui leur flanquait ça où je pense, c'était le désinfectant. Hein? Il n'y avait pas de canne du sida à cette époque-là, voyez-vous. Et vous les entendiez, los, los, schnell, schnell. Puis ils ressortaient par la porte de l'autre côté. Ça existait. Détail que je ne suis pas le seul certainement à dire, mais ça existait.
I want to tell this story because it's been a part of my history and my heritage since I was born. But because for the first time, I'm feeling that we're getting very close to a Third Reich moment. And my grandfather always said to us, grandchildren, don't forget history. I've had these tapes of him speaking to the Auschwitz Foundation and being interviewed on TV about the resistance. We've talked about it, we've talked about the war, but it just didn't feel like it was part of my present until now. And that is what worries me. And somehow I feel a sense of responsibility to him, to all the resistance fighters, to all those that were captured and the genocide, this responsibility of making sure that people remember. The seizing of those that are not of pure blood, like we're seeing in terms of the attack on migrants, but also on transgender, homosexuality in the United States. I mean, the playbook is so incredibly similar. We talk about the extermination of the Jews, but we have to remember that the Nazis were not just exterminating Jews. Anyone that was different was thrown into prison or a concentration camp, whether it be the gypsies, whether it be homosexuals, whether it be those that were fighting, resistance fighters, anyone that stood up, anyone that was not part of the Aryan race was taken.
Nous avions des choses, des Norvégiens, des Suédois, il y avait donc des Français, il y avait quelques Anglais aussi, parce qu'il y avait beaucoup d'Anglais qui n'avaient pas pu rejoindre, qui s'étaient fait attraper et qui ont été mis dans des camps de concentration qui, eux, ne se sont pas tirés du tout parce qu'on les a fusillés tout de suite.
And this is starting to play out in a country that I grew up in. And the symbolism as well for me is so incredibly intense because my grandfather was liberated by the Americans. We grew up with this pride and this absolute respect and appreciation for the United States. And we went to the United States as immigrants ourselves. And we're always told that the world was our oyster. My grandfather talks about the fact that he grew up in a privileged environment, but yet was always told that you always take care of those that have less than you. You always are kind. You have a moral compass. And that, for me, is so important. That moral compass. Where's that moral compass today?
Mais maintenant, c'est ce qui me heurte, toujours. c'est de voir que la plupart des gens croient qu'ils ont des devoirs, mais n'ont pas de devoirs vis-à-vis, qu'ils ont des droits, mais qu'ils n'ont pas vis-à-vis des autres.
This is la prison de Saint-Gilles. My grandfather landed here in 1942 after he gave himself up to the Gestapo, where we were before, and he spent 3 weeks here. And he says himself that when he went from the Gestapo and then came to the prison, he still didn't really realize how horrific his life would become. This was still seen as a prison where he thought there would be certain rules and he would be treated decently and not stripped of his dignity or of his humanity. It is true that some of the prison guards actually were Belgian, and so they took decent care of him, but he also was tortured. And he talks of how he was tortured around his arm and his fingers, and they got so swollen and so pussy that this was the beginning of a constant pain threshold that he had to endure, because he had to hit his hand to try to get the pus out of his hand, because otherwise he knew he would have gangrene. And that's just one of the many stories of torture that came after being imprisoned here. You know, it's really interesting. When you start walking in someone's footsteps, you start to feel like you're them. I feel the fear, the start of the oppression, and yet the courage that he must have had to continue to walk in.
And he never gave up.
No, he never gave up.
Il faut du courage.
Où c'est du courage? Dans les camps?
Non,
de se suicider.
C'était du courage de continuer. La solution la plus simple, c'était de ne plus rien faire et de se laisser aller. Ça, c'était la fin totale de toute souffrance.
He never gave up. He continuously went through every one of these thresholds of inhumanity and of pain, and he says himself, he wondered why he survived, why him and not someone else. Even when he was sleeping in between, and he talks about it, 80 centimeters of space when he was in the concentration camp, where he had to place himself in the barracks on top of other people. And sometimes you had someone's, and it's quite crude, but he says it himself, someone's asshole in your face, or someone's feet, or someone's face, or a dead person that you were lying on because they'd passed away during the night. The camps smelled horrific, and he sometimes, as he came out and survived, would have these deep memories that would come back because of certain smells. The stench of the tissue, the dying tissue, the dying skin of people, the defecation. And so, here we are in front of this building in 2025, and it's going to be closed down soon. And you think to yourself, wow, behind these walls, once again, behind these walls, so much horror. One of the deep memories of my grandfather, but also my grandmother, was this very deep conviction that you don't brag. It's not about what you do and then how you show it. It's how you are and how you show up. And there's a difference. It's not about him talking about the resistance, which he didn't talk about so much. What he talked about was for us not to forget history, for us to remember that we were all responsible human beings, that we had to have values and a sense of morality and responsibility towards other people. And that, for me, is his greatest lesson. He never talked about himself as a hero, ever. In fact, we never made him out to be a hero. We made him out to be an incredible human being who stood up for what he felt was important, who didn't leave the country because he could have. He had the means. He came from a good family. Many good families in Belgium could have left and did, and he didn't, and neither did my grandmother. They stayed because they wanted to defend their country, and they wanted to defend Belgium and Belgians. And so that lesson is his most important lesson. That idea of courage is something that's innate in all of us, but that we need to really tap into it at the right moment, and that we need to realize how a human being has to be to his fellow or other human beings. And that is what they spoke about all the time. That was the value system that permeated throughout our entire family, our discussions at the lunch table or over dinner, whether he came and visited us in California or whether it was here in Belgium when I came and visited. And it came from both of my grandparents, this conviction that you really need to treat your neighbor properly, like yourself. They were very faith-driven, without pushing their Christianity, their Catholicism on everyone else, but they fundamentally believed that love and respect is what a person should be made of. And I think that's what drove him. You may wonder why I have this umbrella. This continues to be my link to my grandfather, to Bernard de Clèves. Also, this necklace, which actually were his cufflinks, which he originally wore when he was actually captured and then hid away. And I've transformed into a necklace. We have to understand that my grandfather fought the 18-day war here in Belgium. And we're here in front of the column of the lost soldier. He then was captured, but he actually got away. On his way back from Germany, he actually got away with his platoon, and they got back to Belgium, and they were able to then start the resistance. He started the resistance on the 15th of June. Today, we are the 16th of June. And we walked into his footsteps during this whole period to feel what it was like when he actually started to think through how he could resist. So this whole story is really part of me, and this umbrella is something that I hold on to dearly because we are here in Belgium and it can rain at any moment. But the fact of the matter is it also keeps me tied to my grandfather and to that legacy that I hold, which is that we must continue to stand up, to rise up, to resist when we see injustice. That's hopefully my legacy, based on my heritage, but also based on my own personal need to be courageous. It's interesting now to be with Jean-Marc, who is a descendant of Jean Monnet, also the grandchild of a grandfather who had an incredible vision. And I feel very connected to Jean-Marc, because here we are in front again of the Berlaymont, and what connects us is that my grandfather on my father's side, my paternal grandfather, Bernard de Clèves, who we've been talking about, fought for the liberation of Europe, was in obviously several extermination camps, and yet survived. And my other grandfather worked in this very building. And why did he work in this very building? Because there was this incredible vision. There was a vision by your grandfather, who, Jean Monnet, with others, had this idea that we could rise from the ashes, that we could create a new Europe that was unified, that came out of hate and war, and brought together countries across Europe to rebuild the economy under the Marshall Plan, but also to rethink not only the economy, but some kind of political union, which would come later. So, Jean-Marc, now that we're both here, what is your thinking about this rise from the ashes, and where did this incredible vision come from?
The idea of collective action is at the very heart of Monnet's method and Monnet's vision. And it was applied in many different instances before we even talk about Europe, because he applied it during the First World War, when he brought Britain and France together to procure key wheat and freight and steel that was necessary for the war effort together. He did the same during the Second World War with the Victory Program in the US, bringing the Allies together and building that military arsenal that was necessary to fight Nazi Germany. And of course, after the Second World War, he thought about what was the best way to bring Europeans together and make sure that this would never happen again. And then again, he believed that it had to go through collective action. So how to organize collective action of former enemies after the war. Well, the best way to do it is to try to find a common interest. And that's the method that he's applied wherever he tried to organize joint actions, is not to try to get everybody to agree on everything, but try to find one common interest that they could rally behind, so that they would stop just looking at each other, trying to defend their own self-interest, but would instead look at a common problem and try to solve it in common. In the case of the coal and steel community, that was Robert Schuman. So he went to Robert Schuman at the right time with the right solution, and he got Robert Schuman to endorse it and put his political weight into it.
And we're here at Place Schuman.
What made it happen. Exactly.
Place Schuman, where the Berlaymont
So,
this is where all history started, which is extraordinary.
Exactly. So, if we want again inspiration from Monnet's vision, it's really collective action and institutionalizing it in the right manner, with the right kind of institutions, with the right decision-making process, for example. And then how do we make change happen through a combination of seizing the moment, finding the starting point, and mobilizing the political personalities, the political courage, without which it's not going to happen. When it comes to disagreements, one of the main lessons of Monnet's method is to start focusing on the principles. There needs to be an agreement on the principles if you want people to act together. The details can come later, but the principles, an agreement on the principle, very often is enough to get going and co-build the future with your partners. I think the other thing is look for common ground. Don't come to defend your own personal interest,
but look for the common interest. There is always a point of intersection between all the parties' interests that they can focus on to work together towards something common. So you don't need to agree on everything. You need to agree on some basic principles that you want to get something done together. For example, that can be enough. And then you need to agree on what your common interest is. And you start working together towards that common interest as opposed to define your own private interests. And that creating that mindset within the group or within the coalition or within the institution is really the way to overcome the whole question of, moving forward while not agreeing on everything.
So I'm here symbolically at Place de la Liberté, and we're having a conversation also with a very good friend of mine, Sibylle van den Hove, who actually his grandfather was also in the resistance. And we've just discovered with Sibylle in our conversation that both of our grandfathers were first imprisoned in Saint-Gilles prison, which we have visited. So Sibylle, why actually was your grandfather taken?
So he was part of two resistance networks, and he actually didn't know for which of the two resistance network he was taken. One of them, he was working for a big industry association here in Belgium before the war. So it's all the companies in Belgium doing steel and electrical equipment, motors, what have you. And so he was working there, and he entered into some resistance network where they were taking the data on what industrial production was taking place here in Belgium and passing it to the Belgian government in exile in Rome. So he was working there, and he entered into some resistance network where they were taking the data on what industrial production was taking place here in Belgium and passing it to the Belgian government in exile in Rome.
They were communicating to each other through the pipes.
The first 4 months in Saint-Gilles, he was in a total secret. So he was alone in a cell, and he couldn't see anybody. He would go out 15 minutes a day in a little cage where he would see other prisoners walking, taking their daily walk, but he couldn't talk to them. And so the only human contact he had with eyesight with the people who were bringing the little bit of food and water that they got. And then he started realizing that people were talking to him through the pipes. And he didn't know whether this was a trick by the Germans to sort of get information from him. And so the person in the next cell told him, you have to deny everything. Deny the evidence. And that was his strategy for the next 9 months, to deny everything.
And then something happened which was quite powerful, actually, that you were telling me about how someone really saw how depressed he was.
One day he was sitting standing in that little cage outside, and the other prisoners had the right to walk, like they do their daily walk, and one of them recognized him. And so he passed and made a little sign, and then when he came around the second time, he said to him in French, he said, "Cravache-toi, nom de Dieu," which is really, pick yourself up, for God's sake. And throughout the war and going to the concentration camps and everything, he always had this in mind, cravache-toi, nom de Dieu. So he was about to completely let go and become depressed, and that single meeting really saved his life, in a sense.
Both of our grandfathers were in Dachau. We've now realized together, and were liberated by the Americans.
So what's really interesting is that at this very same period, my grandfather was in Washington. He'd been sent then by Churchill to help turn the American economy into a war economy, to produce the weapons needed to fight Nazi Germany. And so to do that, he created this tool called balance sheet. Essentially, it's a balance sheet that on one side had the capabilities, the industrial capabilities of the Allies, and on the other side had the industrial military capabilities of the Germans. And that part of the balance sheet was created thanks to information that was coming from London, including probably information collected by your grandfather. And it is by showing the abyssal gap between the capabilities and the German capabilities that Roosevelt decided to triple military production and turn the American economy into the arsenal of democracy.
Incredible.
So, you know, here is how these actions, independent individual actions, played into the bigger picture in a manner that we only discover through discussions like this.
And I think what we've really been talking about is individual courage and what makes you rise up. I mean, you've just told us a little bit, ravage-toi. Come on, get yourself motivated, come back, find that inner courage. And my grandfather talks about the same, constantly having to deeply go into what is that inner courage.
What they had in common is a refusal to let the course of history as it was unfolding in front of their eyes happen, and a confidence that they could, in the position they were in, they could have an impact, or at least they had to try.
What I inherited is optimism. He was incredibly optimistic. It was almost funny. He was optimistic about everything. He was always saying how lucky he was, how lucky everything that happened in his life was. You have to adapt, you have to change, you have to get involved in the world. You know, don't stay in the same job all your life, and stand for your values and act. So that's, I guess, what I inherited from him and from his wife, my grandmother, because she stayed in Belgium with 4 kids. And she didn't know where he was. She didn't know he was, you know. So she had to survive the war in her own way by, you know, taking care of those 4 children, completely alone without knowing what was going on.
Sibylle brings up the element of the family and her own grandmother and the courage of her grandmother. And I think that it's really important that we realize that while these incredible men left, there were so many women who were left behind. My own grandmother, many times during that period where my grandfather was in the concentration camp, was given no news. She had no idea if he was alive or dead. In fact, at one point, a Gestapo officer in Brussels told her that he was dead and she should just give up. And at that moment, once again, she had to tap into her own self-courage, but also the notion of hope. You know, could she continue to raise her children within the context of a war, knowing that her husband has perished or has been tortured before perishing? And she makes a split-second decision at one point, and she recounts the story where, after being told that my grandfather is actually dead, that she looks up to the sky and she digs into her faith and she asks, do I end my own life, the torture of living in Brussels under occupation, knowing that my own husband has perished, but I have 3 small children? What do I do? And she decides, no, I can't leave my children, and I don't believe this man who's telling me that my husband is no longer alive. I know that he is doing what he needs to do, not only to stay alive, but to resist. And that was her own personal resistance, in addition to all the incredible work that she did with her cousins and her own siblings to resist during the war, to be part of the resistance. And I think it's important that we recount these stories of the women that stayed back, the incredible grandmothers who lived the war while their husbands were gone, who continued to have hope and who continued to resist. And I know that that continued also when they came back.
And my grandfather wrote a book after his experience in Dachau, and it starts, one of the starting paragraphs is about how he had to leave all his dignity, every aspect that made him human, at the entrance of the concentration camp. And that you had your outfit and you had the red triangle, which basically reduced to you belong to a certain category. And you're no longer an individual, you are no longer Jean Teitgat, who was born on the 15th of February 1910. You just belonged to a certain category, and you were dehumanized. And I also feel that, and I see, not only a feeling, but I also see this happening today, that we are categorizing people
putting people in groups and no longer looking at them as real individual human beings.
When these resistance fighters, these concentration camp survivors came back, they were not the same people. And that is a story that is often not told because the pain is so great. We, myself, Sylvie, Lynn, all of us have referred to these incredible grandfathers who do not make themselves out to be heroes, but instead just make themselves out to be human beings who recount the stories, whether it be in books or in storytelling, but who don't talk about that period of deep pain when they came back from the concentration camp. My own grandfather was 2 meters tall and weighed about 30 kilos. He would sit in a corner at some moments totally overwhelmed from being back in normal society. He had to reteach himself how to eat, how to properly go to the toilet, how to clean himself, and he had to rebuild his life. And this was very painful for my father to see, who was the eldest, for all the children and the cousins and the community and the families to be there for the survivors when they came back and to try to engage with someone who had lived under such terror and under such torture. And I think we need to also remind ourselves of the incredible love and heroism of the families who carried these men and women when they did come back through their love and their compassion and enabled them to become human again after they'd lost their humanity.
Some of the American soldiers, they shot some of the Nazi guards in the back. They were so shocked by what they discovered that, you know, the Germans were walking away from them, hands up, and they shot them in the back. And then also there was a lot of violence and hatred against the capo who was in charge of their barrack, who was a horrible man. And he went away from that scene. He couldn't stand seeing this. He said, why do I have to go away from these scenes where they're punishing the people who were torturing us, where I have been for months and years in camps where I saw my own brothers and friends being killed. And he said, then he writes this sentence, Je crois que je ne suis pas fait pour la haine. I think I'm not made for hatred. And I mean, if now I found this sentence again by rereading the book, and I think I'm going to keep it with me all the time and say, I think I'm not made for hatred. And that may be one of the things we should, you know, bring. And when you go and watch, I don't know, a marathon and you stand there, or you watch Remco in a pool and you say, courage, Remco. No. My partner goes, that's not courage. It's just his job.
So today we're living in a very polarized world. It's open, closed, black, white, man, woman. Some people call it the dichotomania. And I think for me, how can you bring in these, not 50 shades of gray, but 1,000,000 shades of gray? How can you bring in pluralism? As coined by the great philosopher Hannah Arendt, how can you bring in these nuances in the debates? How can you make sure that there is room for different voices, different opinions? Not different facts. I think facts are very important. But how can you allow different perspectives and different views on these facts? I think that is a big responsibility that we all carry, because in these concentration camps, there was no room for pluralism. It was everybody who questions, who are against it, is being eliminated.
You know what gives me hope is, again, looking at my history, realizing that my grandfather, who was in the resistance and then fought his way through all of those different camps and survived and then recreated a life for himself, he gives me hope, because he was able to, through the European experience and through the rebuilding, he was able to rebuild himself but also be part of a new economy and a new enthusiasm around a Europe that was unified. My other grandfather was part of the rebuilding and was here in the European institutions thinking through, what does it look like to have a unified Europe? What does it look like to be part of not only a unified Europe, but a unified Europe vis-a-vis the rest of the world? And then my own career and the interactions that I've had with so many incredible people, I know that we as humans can do the right thing. I know that we as humans can dig deep and see our real humanity. That's what gives me hope.
überhaupt erst vorstellen können.
On our way to Bruges, and we're going to speak to some wonderful students, both this year and last year, about what they think democracy means and what they think standing up and resisting fascism means, what the future means.
Is that part of the curriculum, or did you just make it up?
No, well, it became a little bit part of the curriculum when we had our exchanges, because when you look at the history of sustainable development and you need to explain what's happening today, where there's a real pushback on some of our values, especially around sustainability and climate change, but also social values, then you start quickly moving into the discussion on why and what's happened to our leadership and where are the pressures and the pain points in our democracies today, and how do we maintain our democracies? So it's opened up a lot of discussion, and I'm always amazed at how insightful young people are and how open not only to new ideas, but also how they already know and they already feel and they have the instinct of what's happening.
But you did a trip also to an explorative trip to the States.
I did, to discover the so-called flyover states, to the communities that we don't get to see much of, but that we hear about, but that we not necessarily engage with much.
And you had an opening question to strike up a conversation.
It was to ask what is there to do around there, say where I was from and what you could do in their state, in their community. And then people always engage because they want to show off where they live. And then you move on from there with a little bit of conversational skill, and then you get to where you want to.
Where did you want to go?
Just learning about what was important to them and how they think about politics and what their opinions are and what they're shaped from, and that's just getting to know them as much as possible.
Could you share one insight?
They care a lot about what you see and what you feel straight away. So the cost of living, the price of groceries, the price of gasoline is very important. And when that changes, you kind of relate that to whoever is in power at the time. And so you care about what is closest to you.
Yeah. Totally. We're almost there.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
How are you? Guys and gals, I should say. Sorry, that was not very appropriate. So I'm going to give my oral exams today, and I'm also really interested in understanding where young people are in terms of not only as students of the College of Europe and how you see diplomacy and how you see geopolitics and what actually doing a master's here means to you and within the broader context. But also, what does it take to be a courageous leader? What does it take to be part of the next generation of leadership? And how do you see that? So I don't know, who wants to go first in terms of diplomacy and how you see diplomacy today?
Sure, I can. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think it's fascinating that we are literally living in history. And the idea of being able to somehow affect it, to participate it, is very much motivating. And I think this is one of the most important things to me.
The word diplomacy and the way we think about diplomacy and what you're being taught here, is that the brand of leadership that we're seeing today?
One could very easily say that they are very much undiplomatic in their diplomacy, very much transactional, and we can feel it. But for me, it doesn't mean that the diplomacy as such as we have known it has to be abandoned just because the most powerful player on the international scale has decided to change the rules. I think we still have to adhere to some principles, also not stepping aside from the challenges which are presented.
We know, for example, that the whole anti-migration movement, those tactics are being used now for climate denialism. So we're using similar tactics of isolationism and insecurity, and your life is going to be harder because actually we're decarbonizing in the same way that your life is going to be harder with more migrants. Have you been speaking about that in some of your classes?
I think what we see right now, maybe more strongly than before, is a part of indifference. And I'm not saying this as a negative thing necessarily, because there's so many people. It's such a big part of the population, and we can see that in voting. We can see that in actually putting our words out. There's a lot of people in the middle that maybe because of the huge amount of information that maybe did not exist at our grandparents' time, when there was only the newspaper or the radio and you were reading that, but now information is everywhere, and people are getting bombarded with it every day. So this is something that we really need to think about, how to capture also the attention of these people that might not have extreme opinions, but they could see one way or another depending on the values that they do have.
I came back in the late 80s to do an internship in the European Commission because I fundamentally believed that Europe held the social and environmental and human values that I felt were true to building a Europe for everyone, not just a Europe for the few. What for you resonates in terms of what it means to be European today?
It's not just about recognizing differences, it's also about understanding differences and building a new concept in which this polarization can be dismantled and dispowered in a certain sense. It's not enough to just see, we are diverse, but we want to stay together. Because right now I think we're a bit losing the actual meaning of staying together.
The growth in hate that has been propagated very much from the US, but also in some of our own countries, Ukraine. How do we hold that space to have dialogue and to move towards an understanding that we are stronger together as a unified and solidarity union?
We are seeing even from pro-European forces, let's say, even in some member states, being actually the major forces also that they are bringing populist ideas and populist tactics as the mainstream methodology in everyday politics. So what the Union is also trying to do by this is to introduce new legislative measures, but as is the case also with other fields, we can say that the Union is way more reactive rather than proactive.
A lot of this is my own personal history because my grandfather was in concentration camps. He was a Belgian resistance fighter. And I feel very personally indebted to his ideal of fighting for what you believe in. He could have left, he could have fled. He came from a very good family. He decided to stay in Belgium and to resist. What if we're now facing a similar moment? Some people talk about this as a 1930s moment. What would we do? What does courage look like to us?
It's both an individual and a collective question, because we can resist these tendencies individually, by not following them, by denying them for ourselves, and that's what people did in the 1930s and the 1940s. But then also collectively, and the question is, when does that start? When is that moment when we tell to each other, hey, there's something we need to do, we need to organize to make it stop? And in case of Germany, I think there was the hope in the 1930s for a very long time that the Hitler regime would fall apart, and it didn't happen. And I think right now we need to observe, look around what is happening in different countries and where we belong and what our communities are, and identify points at which we say this goes too far. Sorry, can I ask you a couple of questions about courage?
Okay, absolutely, yeah.
Do you feel like you are courageous in your everyday life, or ever that you've been really courageous?
Maybe I was when I was younger. But when things are really bad, I really want to say what I think. That's the way it should go. I think people should be more polite and more understanding and not taking opposite sides. It never is a good thing.
And
so that is only to say that is quite courageous.
So as a German, and having had this horrible history and having had that history being part of one's family, I think it also the courage is saying, look, this is part of me, this has been part of me, but I move away from that and I move towards what other people have felt. And we really need to focus on what we all have together. And I think as a young generation, for example, as Europeans, we share a lot of things, much more than a common history and a common values. We also share a lot of things that are more fun. Many of us have partied in Budapest. We have been to beach in Spain. We all know the French World Cup song by heart. And all these small things, and they will lead to bigger things. Like this courage is in everyone, and how do we get it out of everyone?
Okay. I think it's in everyone, but it's not everyone who show it. It's necessary. Giving a voice to the people who don't have a voice. I think it's something courageous and everybody should do it.
And being able to question whatever we have in our own past as a nationality or as a family. And I think that is what courage is, and really opening up the mind and really reaching out to these people and not being scared of reaching out, because we have quite a lot in common.
Always peace.
Dank u wel. So if you were agreed to be in this documentary, I would love to ask you some questions. Good? Yeah? All right.
If it's not too difficult.
It's not too difficult. No, it's easy.
You have the courage, because most people are saying you're doing good. You're not always saying what we want. That's right, but you do it on the right way. That means I do it not on a fighting way, not on an aggressive way. I'm mostly very calm. So they say, and you're talking to everybody, even the persons who are against you or against your opinion. You stay calm, you stay friendly with them, and that's my courage.
I thought this was over, thought I could control it, but if I speak the truth, I ain't over you. I was feeling sober.
Is there someone that inspires you a lot in your everyday life?
I would say my grandma.
I really don't want to be repetitive, but I would say the same thing. Like, just the courage of creating a family, being a matriarch, and the context of my grandma, she didn't even learn how to read. So living in a world where all the challenges and even society present her obstacles, and she still manages to build something that is real and true for her, to me that really takes a lot of courage.
Many of us have struggled with the concept of courage, and would we have the courage to resist in the same way that our grandfathers and grandmothers resisted I want to introduce you to someone who, for me, embodies courage, but who also understands that she needed to learn to embody that courage in a way which didn't move into just fear or anger, but actually into the knowledge that she could do things differently. And that is Adelaide. And it's been such an incredible pleasure to continuously have a dialogue and to mentor Adelaide as she moves through her own journey of what it means to be courageous.
I have half an hour.
What do I say now?
Tell me, like, how do I do this? How do I not feel
Yeah,
this?
and you've always done beautifully.
And you always show me how to not stress, even though now I stress a little bit still. But thanks to Sandrine, less.
Je pense que pour les jeunes, cette paix intérieure, c'est être cohérent avec le message qu'on reçoit et les actions qu'on veut faire. Donc rester cohérent et enlever cette dissonance cognitive. On est au courant de cette urgence climatique et on se demande comment est-ce qu'on peut agir au-delà de nos actions individuelles. Et donc c'était impressionnant de voir ce que Mathieu Ricard ou plein d'autres nous ont appris aujourd'hui pour nous expliquer comment est-ce que les jeunes peuvent continuer à s'impliquer. Peut-être pas en passant par la colère, mais par une autre forme d'émotion pour faire changer le monde.
We started the school strikes and engaging around climate change, and then Sandrine knocked the door and said, hey, you know, like, we should talk, because some of us have been engaging for a really long time. And so we had this, like, almost intergenerational talks about, okay, so it kind of sucks to see we're not there yet, because you've been engaging for, like,
35 years.
Way too many years.
Yeah.
But then it's also, like, refreshing to see that we're not giving this up, and that's where the team is growing, right?
Exactly.
And
that you're not alone.
Yes.
And that you're not alone.
This is really the best way to face fear.
I define courage as this moment where you go beyond your fear. You cannot run away from that fear. If you run away from it, I think it will grow. So what you need to do is face that fear. Feel uncomfortable for a moment. Every time I took actions that could be seen as courageous actions as an activist, skipping school when I was supposed to be at school, talking in front of a world leader, talking in front of thousands of people, doing civil disobedience action, all these moments, I feared them. I was scared. And I got out of my comfort zone because it felt what was just. But at some point there is this moment where you feel uncomfortable at first, because it's not in comfort that you're going to change anything. It's not in comfort that you're going to make sure this world is a better place.
70 years ago, Europe was built on a strong desire for peace, believing that it was necessary to develop creative efforts with the dangers that threatened it. Later, when the architects of Europe decided to institutionalize the Union, they signed a promise to defend freedom principle, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law for all European citizens.
There is an urgency to act right now. Literally all the alarms are red. There is no time for us to wait to feel comfortable, because change is first uncomfortable. But then I can assure you, you will find comfort in your actions. Because the only way forward, especially if you feel anxious, is to take action. Try something. And it doesn't matter if it's a win or not. What matters is that you took the action.
For me, Adelaide symbolizes that courage, that understanding of history, and the knowing that as a person she needed to stand up, but also that she could learn from others. And so this relationship that we've had now for several years around mentorship is really important as a symbol, but also as a way to understand how we can all support each other in this very difficult time. How can we as different generations work together, pass on information, new knowledge, in trying to fix, or at least trying to shift towards the transformation that we need. Learning from history, applying it in the present to build the future that we actually want.
it is my duty to place before you certain facts about the present position in Europe. From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an iron curtain has descended across the continent. This will cause new serious difficulties in the American and British zones and will give the defeated Germans the power of putting themselves up to auction between the Soviets and the Western democracies. This is certainly not the liberated Europe we fought to build up, nor is it one which contains the essentials of permanent peace.
So it's such an exciting day, Carl. We're actually here at the Jean Monnet house. This is where the plans were drawn up. This is where the whole coal and steel community was signed off. And what a privilege it is to be here.
L'Europe ne se fera pas d'un coup, ni dans une construction d'ensemble. Elle se fera par des réalisations concrètes, créant d'abord une solidarité de fait.
We're here today because we have been a bit on a journey in the last couple of months since myself and Jean-Marc met in front of the Berlaymont. And we're here because Jean-Marc is actually welcoming a group of us to the Institute, to also very close to his home, to speak about what type of European project do we need today and how can we use the method of Jean Monnet in terms of conceiving of that European project. So I'm just going to start walking and I think, well, here he is. Hey, Jean-Marc. So good to see you. Tell us a little bit about this incredible place. Not only the symbolism for Jean Monnet himself, but also for you, because there's a really lovely link between you and this home as well.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll start with Monet. So my grandfather bought this place in 1945 as he was coming back from Washington, D.C., where he'd worked on the Victory program, and he was about to take up his position as the head of planning for French modernization after the war. And he was looking for a place in the woods because he was really a man of the country. He was born in Cognac, and he liked to walk in the fields and in the forest every morning for about an hour and a half to really think through his problems, clarify his mind, and get to a strong conviction about what he had to do. That was really a very important part of his work. He used to say, I think with my legs, which I think is an interesting metaphor.
Nice. So my grandfather, André Bas, was part of this generation, very unfortunate, which was old enough to go to World War I and still young enough to go to World War II, which means that he spent 10 years of his life wearing the French uniform to fight against the German. And which, in a way, I would say is a sad story in itself. But the interesting thing is that from the very end of World War II, so on May 1945, he dedicated the rest of his life, the last 30 to 40 years of his life, to the Franco-German reconciliation. And he was among the pioneers with Robert Schuman and Jean Monnet to create or to come up with the European project. And he was elected as a member of parliament after World War II, and in that capacity, and he was a member of parliament elected in Alsace, so at the border with Germany. So he has been suffering a lot from the conflict with Germany, but also he has been one of the key advocates and champion in the Franco-German reconciliation. And when I was myself in my 20s, I was fascinated by this story, and I wrote a short biography, and I dig into his archive. And it's interesting to realize, because he has been initiating right after World War II, first few meetings of parliamentarians from Germany and from France to try to start rebuilding connection and dialogue. And it's interesting to see, I found in his archive in 1948, in 1950, letters from people in his constituencies, voters who said, you are betraying us. And so I really learned that at this moment that it really requires lots of courage also to sometimes to champion peace, because sometimes you are very much ahead of most people who think differently, and you need to come up with lots of courage to promote and to champion peace.
My father was one of the younger survivors of Auschwitz, Dachau, Majdanek, other infernos. He was in the camps basically between the ages of 12 and 16. Despite everything he endured, despite really seeing firsthand the barge of human civilization go under, he managed to emerge an optimist. He maintained a faith in humanity, and he left me with one very important conviction. There's no such thing as hereditary enemies. Humanity is not condemned to fratricidal behavior. And once you start thinking this way, you look at the other person differently. You look at tensions and conflicts differently, because they're not inevitable, they're not foregone conclusions. And then the question becomes how to diffuse them through our common humanity. Courage is to stay in the game, courage is, of course, to act, and courage is to live. My father's sense of survival was not just physical survival. He did not walk around with the Holocaust and all the loss as a burden. He was defiant. He wanted to live, to build a family, to love, to laugh, to listen to music, to just be alive and live his life. And he did that. And I think courage can take many, many forms, but it's not letting the challenge define you. It's remaining true to yourself, and I think seeing the bigger picture and going for something greater, and not being morally and emotionally defeated by your own fears.
So a courageous vision of Europe will be think and act beyond the interest of your own country. So really to admit that Europe is not the addition of interest, but is something which is more than that. It's difficult for a politician to think ahead the next election. So this will be a courageous position to assume to take some decision which maybe have an effect for you on the next election.
There was lots of tension in the 50s and the 60s, because many people were saying, if you promote Europe, you are not a patriot. You are not promoting your own country. And in a way, what I've learned from my grandfather is that he said, it's because I'm a patriot, because I have been suffering of those stupid conflict, that I don't want to see that anymore. And as a patriot, I'm also championing the European project. This is not incompatible, but it's exactly the opposite. It's because you are a patriot that you can also look at a broader dimension.
I was actually born in that very bedroom, in my grandfather's bedroom. It's just my mistake. It wasn't planned like that, but
extraordinary.
And now I live about 100 meters down the garden. Yeah, so it is an important place in many ways. I think doing it here in his place is also a sign of respect for the person, to let them into his own intimacy. And if you go into the house, you'll see that it's very modest. It's just a very simple cottage. So bringing, American presidents, French presidents, very important people into that simplicity is also a way to say, here, what you see is what you get. Here I am, and we're going to have really genuine, authentic discussions. And it creates a whole atmosphere, psychological atmosphere and context that is a wonderful enabler for really authentic discussions that get to the heart of the problem. And I think he was really a master at doing that. So the idea of coming here and bringing this group of leaders, I think it really starts from our realization that we're in a money moment in many ways, like in 1950, where you feel that history is moving, and we're at a turning point in the history of Europe, but probably the history of the world for that matter, which was also the case with the Cold War in 1950 and the resurgence of nationalism after the Second World War. So we're in one of these moments where we've got to look for inspiration as to what do we want to do for Europe, in the next 75 years, and how are we going to do it?
Well, there are many challenges and crises which are entangled and they're connected.
We have a war in our continent. We have a big transformation to conduct regarding environment, regarding climate. We have deep problems with the engagement of our young people for their own lives because they are becoming skeptical. They have a lot of anger sometimes, and they feel a bit lost, and they deserve better.
So we would need in an ideal world to first understand the big picture. I'm not talking about the big vision. I'm talking about the baseline of where the challenges are connected, which trade-offs we are prepared to make and which we're not prepared to make, and where are the blind spots, and where are the acupunctures where we can really have the most leverage to save the sovereignty of Europe. It can mean technological independence, it can mean energy sovereignty, food sovereignty, etc. So the question is, which of these different dimensions is the one which will determine all the rest?
This particular issue is the digital transformation. I'm not speaking about just a technological transformation. I'm speaking about a complete transformation on the way we live. In our personal life, our public life, the way we produce, the way we conduct our democracy, the way we educate the young generations, the way we interact with the world, all this is being transformed. We don't like neither the American model nor the Chinese one. We are part of many other countries in the world who are looking for an alternative, to have, let's say, a more decentralized architecture, to have more room to choose other solutions, other algorithms, other platforms. It's not enough to regulate American platforms. We need to build up our own platforms, to invent our own algorithms according to our values, in order to shape the way you have access to health, to education, to environment management in cities and rural areas, but also the way we run our democracy. Because the central heart of democracy is broken. This is based, should be based on debate, on plural debate, on listening to arguments, on having access to evidence. And this is not working now properly because there is a huge disturbance in the media system. So again, using digital tools, we can rebuild a new digital infrastructure to enable democratic debate to flourish based on pluralism and respect for the others.
How was the starting point? How do you get this into motion, this civilization process into motion? And it was cool and still, and I think we do share the feeling that now is the time when we've got to rejuvenate that vision, that European vision, as well as find the new starting point that will kickstart a new phase of evolution, a new phase of growth and deepening of European integration. So what better way than to bring enlightened people and leaders who think and know about Europe, are keen about continuing that journey, bring them here and inspire them with the vision and the method of Monet and see whether we can apply to today's situation and find new ways forward together. Yeah. That's really the idea, and I think it worked.
I think so too.
You make us sound so smart.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. unbelievable. So well done and thank you.
I think when we talk about courage, if you hear about courageous people, you always have the impression that they are fearless people, and that courage is the opposite of fear. But I think courage is the next level of fear. I mean, Jean Monnet was deeply afraid of war. Yesterday I had a chance to speak to his grandson, who told me, like, when I was fighting with my brother in the garden, it's the only time when granddad came out and said, stop doing this, I don't like it. So the fear of war was a very essential thing for Monnet. And the fear of war is something that drives me as well. I'm really deeply worried about the return of violence, about the loss of democracy, about the return of conflict, the inability to solve our conflicts. So this is the moment where we have to rediscover not only the fear of Jean Monnet, but also the courage of Jean Monnet. And courage is creativity. Courage is basically turning your formless fear into a creative set of tools. And he said, like, wow, we've had 3 wars with the Germans, the Franco-Prussian War of 1871, World War I, World War II, and now, perhaps we don't have to change the problem, we have to change the circumstances. And what is the one thing? Germany wants to rebuild its country and therefore rebuild its heavy industry, but the French are very afraid of this. How can we solve that dilemma? There's one way we can do it. What if we pool these 2 production capacities, French steel making and German steel making, and make it one and put it under an international authority? And that was the most brilliant part. It's not just a merger of 2 companies. I mean, that's easy. That is what neoliberalism is all about. Countries are becoming smaller and companies are getting bigger. But Monnet did something else. He said, like, let's merge these 2 industries and place them under an international authority, which was become the European Union later. But let's place them under this international authority. It's free trade, but under the authority of, politicians making decisions for the good of peace in your continent. And I believe we need some of that creativity now, turning our fear into courage, meaning going into intellectual analysis and daring to come up with out-of-the-box thinking, creative solutions that nobody ever has thought of. And said, like, but that's it. I mean, it was a stroke of genius, and it brought about 75 years of peace in Europe, and it was invented by one single man who had the single plan, who had no academic qualification whatsoever. He was a cognac merchant. One man with a plan who spoke to one other man, who was the French Minister of Foreign Affairs, Schuman, who needed something to talk to the Brits and the Americans about Germany. And Schuman said, like, here's a plan. Why not meld together our heavy industries? Wow.
What we have to consider here today, while time remains, is the permanent prevention of war and the establishment of conditions of freedom and democracy as rapidly as possible in all countries. Our difficulties and dangers will not be removed by closing our eyes to them. They will not be removed by mere waiting to see what happens, nor will they be removed by a policy of appeasement. What is needed is a settlement, and the longer this is delayed, the more difficult it will be, and the greater our dangers will become.
Today, European citizens have become European consumers. That's part the fault of Europe as well, because Europe as a political project has mostly been seen as a market project. So if you turn citizens into consumers, you should not be surprised that they get lazy and they lost courage. But this is the moment that European citizens should rediscover their courage, should rediscover what they can bring to the table, rather than just being a consumer and you go vote every 4 or 5 years, which can be a form of political consumerism as well. Like, what sort of sports shoes I'm going to wear, which party I'm going to favor. I mean, if you change that, if you turn consumers into citizens, and if you turn citizens into more than just voters, but into people who are shaping the future of their communities. And it can be on the massive scale of the European Union or on the global level. It can be on the level of your job. It can be on the level of your local community. It can be on the level of your football club. But be a change maker. Be more than a passive consumer. I mean, it's not even fun to be a passive consumer. We've never had so much consumerism in Europe, and we never had so much depressions. So leaning back in your couch and enjoying the luxury of your consumerist lifestyle makes you sad. Picking up courage, you know, it's good for your mental health. The first place on earth that you can change is your mental health by doing something. This is where it starts. And then you talk to your neighbor, you talk to your partner, you talk to your family, you talk to your co-workers. And all of a sudden you become an agent of change. And you start to realize that, consumerism was actually a camouflage for fear. I'm just leaning back in my couch, watching television, 3-4 screens around me, and that's it. That's my life. And it's going by day, week after week, and before you realize you have transitioned from adolescence into a midlife crisis without the usual interface of adulthood. Become an adult. Become brave. Become an agent for change. Everyone can do it. And Europe was built by brave people. There is a quote by Jean Monnet here in the museum, where he said, early on in life, you have to make one decision. Do you want to be someone? Or do you want to do something? That's courage. The latter.
Do you hear me loud and clear?
We started this journey in walking in my own grandfather's footsteps. And we're now ending at least this part of the journey in walking through Jean Monnet and Jean-Marc's grandfather's footsteps. And they're both really important parts of the story that Europeans embody every day. The first is my grandfather, obviously, as a resistance fighter and as someone who fought for his country, but also for a different type of Europe. The second is someone who built that Europe. That is Jean Monnet's legacy of having this vision for peace coming out of conflict, for bringing incredible men and women together, predominantly men at that time, to really build a level of trust around a very concrete project that was anchored in the coal and steel community. And then from there to unravel a Europe that grew from 6 to 27 to potentially more countries, and that brought so many citizens into that project. And what we've now done here is to start to re-question where we are, not to question the initial vision of that project, but to stress test it a bit and say, well, does it still hold? And if it does hold, then how can we apply it, reinvigorate it, repower Europe into a new type of project, a project that is closer to people, that takes into consideration the pain points that we're seeing in so many different levels, institutionally and nationally, across different countries, at the level of the citizen as well as the level of business leaders and other leaders. It brings in the incredible method that Jean Monnet brings to us, which is both the need to build trust and to do dialogue and negotiating in a very different way, and not to expect to be the hero. And that's also the link to my grandfather, who never ever wanted to be a hero. He just was. He was standing up for courage. And Jean Monnet just was. He was standing up for a new Europe. His whole legacy was to stand up for what he felt was going to be that shift that would bring greater peace, that would bring greater harmony, that would bring actually more prosperity for Europeans.
every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
Welcome back to Berlin and to the COP30 Climate Hub. For those of you that missed the 4-part documentary Stand with Courage, you can rewatch it anytime at wedon'thavetime.org. It's a fantastic documentary series that I highly recommend if you didn't have time to see it right now. So today is Democracy Day here at the COP30 Climate Hub here at We Don't Have Time in the We Don't Have Time studio and online. And we chose to frame it Democracy Day to really invite journalists, activists, NGOs, artists to talk about the threat to democracy that we really are facing in this moment of time. One of our main missions here at COP30 is to support and strengthen the voices of scientists and science. And we do this in all discussions on climate, and this is really a very strong focus for We Don't Have Time this year. So to do this, We Don't Have Time has brought the Make Science Great campaign again to COP30. And the good thing is that you can all be part of this campaign. If you donate to the campaign, and you do it on the website, you will get a cap. And it's a special edition of the Make Science Great Again Brazil. It's a Brazil COP30 edition, slightly on the beige white side with the green text on it. So this you can get your paws on, your hands on, if you donate on our webpage. So what you also could do is to pay it forward by encouraging everybody else to join the Make Science Great Again campaign. So we will now show a short film about how you could pay it forward. And really, it's what we call the bucket challenge. So let's watch this.
Science is basically telling us where we stand right now. And it doesn't look good, right? We have reached more than 7 planetary boundaries, and we don't see that in politics right now.
We organize collaborative workshop to understand causes and consequences of climate change. So of course science is very important for us.
My name is Samia. I'm from the Amazon, and without science we've got nothing.
All these vested interests, we need to fight back. We need some facts, we need understanding, and we need truth, and this is what science provides.
We will now connect with our studio in Stockholm, where we will hear a keynote from David Olsson, who is the COO, there's too many acronyms here, COO of We Don't Have Time. So the floor is yours, David.
We have a very amped up audience, which I'm very happy about here in the Stockholm studio. Anxious to take part in this day, all focused on the threat and defense and how we can develop democracy and science. And why do we need this campaign? Why is science under attack? Our dear president, or their dear president actually, is attacking Harvard University. He's defunding the Mauna Loa Observatory, which has measured carbon dioxide in the atmosphere since the 50s, and various other defunding measures and verbal attacks on science. He's the president now, but 30 years ago, there was another president, and he was, towards the end of his life, awarded by the same institution that Donald Trump is now attacking. So what has changed? Well, today, we all carry a supercomputer in our pocket with which we can access and share and manipulate vast amounts of information. Whenever, wherever, and practically with AI, however. So we're living now in a situation with information overload. And that's not good or bad in and of itself, of course. I mean, information is just information. It's something that just, spreads and multiplies, and it's just a technology. It's how we use it that matters. So back in 2011, during the Arab Spring, this technology was used to overthrow a corrupt regime. And that happened spontaneously because there was this need to overthrow that regime. And suddenly there was a tool to do it. And I mean, you've already experienced this. This works very spontaneously sometimes. Today, if you want to be funny on the internet, you can try to create something funny. And lo and behold, if it actually is funny, it will get a lot of likes, retweets, and whatnot. And the algorithms, because that's how they work, because of money, will pick it up and share it far and wide. So the whole world, the whole internet is like a big jury that decides what's going to work. It's just spontaneous, and that's why it's so unpredictable. Anything can happen at any time. And one August day, a girl can sit down outside the Swedish parliament and protest for the climate issue, all alone. But the virality of this moment, of course, immediately became obvious for anyone, and now she's a superstar. But this is on the first day of her strike, and she was all alone. And it just happened. It rolled on spontaneously. But then again, it's not all spontaneous and just happens on the internet, right? If you're not funny enough, if you don't create funny enough memes, and you don't think you're being listened to, and if you have enough money, then you can buy the network so that you control the engineers writing the algorithm. Or you can, if you have a vast intelligence apparatus, you can employ that apparatus to influence foreign elections. And if you're a fossil fuel lobbyist, this, let's say, arena of disinformation or distraction is, of course, extreme.
Non ho ancora capito bene, lei tiene già
in debates and in public discourse. But now with this overflow of information, that has become very, very unstable indeed. And we can see how those vested interests use that situation. So it's almost as if we're in a very confused state, like right after God had struck down the Tower of Babel, and everyone spoke different languages all of a sudden, and we were everyone was struggling to cooperate, collaborate for a better future. So yeah, this is the situation. The disinformation in today's society, it is anti-science, and it's a democracy threat. Whether it's, and definitely anti-science, if there are vested interests who are using these tools to divert our attention from what really needs to be done. And for the very same reasons, it's also a threat to democracy. Because the public needs to be informed, properly informed, and be able to separate truth from disinformation in order to, take informed decisions and to collaborate and build society together. And that's unfortunately not the situation today. Here is another tower. I wonder if you can guess what kind of tower this is. Well, it's a tower I found after I had Googled ivory tower. This is where the scientists sit. Not maybe all by their own accord, but I guess it's pretty comfortable there at the campus, right? They used to be listened to, but they are growing increasingly lonely there. And what they need to do, and what we need to help them with, is for them to walk the earth and share their knowledge far and wide. Because there's no going back to how it used to be. Rather, in this new era, we need to inform the public, and we need to use the system that exists to regularly update the public on science and make sure that it influences public discourse. And this obviously is very, very tightly connected to building resilient and prosperous democracies where informed citizens work together. So, yes, it's very defensive to say that you're protecting science, and that's not a trap we want to, find ourselves in, actually. The true reason why we're doing is because we want to get science out there. And with your support, a small donation, you can help us make that happen. So I'm just going to leave that QR code up there for as long as I can for you to have the time to register and support Make Science Great Again. And thank you for your time, and I'm extremely much looking forward to the discussions today on democracy and how we can build it together. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, David. And we will be coming back to Stockholm later during the day. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce my next guest, Dr. Astrid Caldas. You are Senior Climate Scientist at the Union of Concerned Scientists. So wonderful to have you with us here in the studio. And you have prepared a keynote presentation, so I'll just hand over and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it's a great pleasure to participate in this broadcast. Before I start, I would like to thank my colleagues at the Union of Concerned Scientists, especially my colleagues at the Center for Science and Democracy and my colleagues at the Climate Resilience team for being such great researchers and writers. Most of what I will say here has been researched and or written by them. I am literally using their words and their research, and for that I am very thankful because they are the real experts. I will start with a very important but simple statement. Scientists need democracy, and democracy needs science. Scientists need healthy, democratic institutions in order to protect both their personal freedoms and their professional integrity. For those institutions offer the best alternative to exploitation, coercion, and violence in a world fraught with uncertainty, contingency, and conflict. Both science and democracy share a normative commitment to experimentalism as the best path forward. Meaning we do it, we try something, and we try something else in order to achieve the best outcomes. The health of democracy, on the other hand, quite literally depends on scientists as participants and policymakers. As we have seen, for example, with the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccination program, where we saw the consequences, deadly consequences of ignoring or distorting scientific information. The legitimacy of democratic decisions depends on their capacity to survive a process of reasoned argument. Scientists contribute to that process by effectively communicating their expertise to their communities, decision makers, and the media, by providing the public with access to reliable scientific information, and by cultivating networks of activists to take action and speak out about the benefits of science and evidence-based policies. Where democracy is strong, science is elevated and respected because both share fundamental principles: respect for evidence, a commitment to openness and transparency, and not just a tolerance for, but a hunger for opposing views. When corporate interests have disproportionate political influence, they misrepresent and misuse science to distort public deliberation. This allows powerful interests to insulate themselves from public accountability through legal and regulatory structures. Weak democratic institutions offer less protection from political interference and attacks on science. Under the influence of an authoritarian power, science can be used as a weapon to impact ideological, political, and socioeconomic goals. Science speaks truth to power, not partisanship. There are many good legislators from many parties, many parts of the world that believe in the power of science and evidence-based policies, and they advocate for that. Since my organization, the Union of Concerned Scientists, is located in the United States, and we work to put science in policymaking, I will speak now about what has been happening in the United States and the brutal and illegal assaults on the scientific enterprise. President Trump and his administration have been back in the White House for 10 months exactly today. And they continue their relentless campaign against federal science and scientists, as well as science at large. As of yesterday, according to my colleagues at the Center for Science and Democracy, there have been 521 attacks on science. They are actions, decisions, and policies that undermine, sideline, or ignore the best available science in the federal government. The Trump administration has reduced or totally blocked access to information and public participation. It has altered or erased databases and web pages that provided critical health and environmental data, primarily in climate change and environmental justice. It has terminated dozens of scientific advisory committees, which provided federal agencies with evidence-based, independent scientific and technical guidance. And it has rolled back, without public comment, major environmental regulations that will harm public health. This administration is enacting a deliberate plan to dismantle federal science capacity, undermine evidence-based policymaking, and erode democracy. Science is a cornerstone of democracy. My colleague Daria Minovi, who co-authored the report from the Union of Concerned Scientists about attacks on science, it's titled Under Siege. She says, when science is sidelined, people get hurt. These attacks are about power. By silencing science that does not align with its agenda, or to line the pockets of polluters and billionaires, the Trump administration is stripping the public of its rights to information, participation, and protection. The consequences of sidelining science in public policy, laws, and regulations are numerous and very concerning. A few specific examples. In public health, as of July, the National Institutes of Health, the largest funder of biomedical research worldwide, awarded 54% fewer grants, research grants, on topics that include cancer, infectious diseases, and environmental health, compared to the same period previous years. In another instance of complete disregard for public health, and without public comment, the administration gave hundreds of industrial facilities a chance to request exemptions from complying with air pollution standards, posing health risks to the communities near them and at large. Impacts on the environment. All the undermining of scientific evidence and information will lead to a weakening of environmental protections. Due to the Trump administration disregard of science and the environment, they are opening some of the most pristine and environmentally unique areas to oil exploration in Alaska and other locations. These actions will not only directly impact the quality of the environment in those areas, but the emissions from the whole enterprise are going to add to global warming. In another recent development resulting from the attacks on and dismissal of science in policymaking, the administration is proposing to revoke existing protections of certain United States bodies of water. This would be a win for developers and farmers who do not really care about what they are putting on the soil or what's happening with the water downstream from those activities. Weather monitoring and forecast, this is a big one. Many people are not aware of what's been happening at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA as we call it, and other agencies also and enterprises in the federal government. It matters so much for the safety of our communities, as well as the whole world, because there is the risk of eliminating information and data that comes from satellites. Those satellites are super important to collect data for meteorology and climate, and they were proposed to be discontinued permanently. Satellite data at risk would monitor sea ice extent, ice sheet coverage, sea level rise, snow depth. These satellite data and others are taken offline. The world would lose a significant portion of the information and tools that help understand how climate is changing our world and how to adapt to those changes. Data at risk would impact hurricane forecasting, climate monitoring, and many other information related to meteorology and climate. Now, disaster response is something that's really big, because if we don't have all those data related to all that's happening in the atmosphere, it's very hard to figure out how strong a hurricane will be, where it will go, how strong the winds will be, and all those things. So if we if the government continues to cut personnel and data collection, emergency responders, governments, local governments are all going to be extremely, they'll be in dire straits to figure out how to protect the people that are going to be impacted by those hurricanes and those extreme weather events. And of course, as I list out the potential consequences of attacks on science, it's not hard to see that the people who will be impacted the most are those who already carry a heavy socioeconomic burden. Those commuters that have for the longest time been discriminated against and live in suboptimal areas related to air pollution and natural disasters like floods and extreme heat. These people are the ones who are going to suffer the most and worst. We must remember, ultimately, that all that science does is for the sake of people. It's not for the sake of information itself. So we must look after the people who are really in need of those information and the science to lead a better life. Finally, to end, I'll say, scientists are trained to separate truth from fiction, signal from noise. We can spot scientific disinformation, which is a hallmark of authoritarianism. And we see clearly when scientific analysis is being neglected in setting policies that affect the welfare of the nation and erode democracy. Scientists will not go in silence. In the absence of government science resources, independent science initiatives can provide reliable science for willing governments and decision makers. History and evidence show that the building of alternative institutions democratizes access to scientific information, ensuring that everyone, from decision makers to the broader public, has the best available science and evidence about their health, safety, and security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much indeed, Dr. Callas, for that presentation. It was disturbing, but we need to hear this. Really, we do. So we are joined now by a guest for this panel conversation, Nick Aldrich. Wonderful to have you join us via Zoom. You are co-founder of Climate Science Breakthrough. So how are you today? Let's see if we can hear you better. Let's get another test. Because I think it might be a mute situation or something else. So just keep speaking. Go on, Nick. Still no sound. This happens sometimes. So see if they can check it. My teammates behind the screens here. And I'm sure you have unmuted yourself already, so that's not the case.
How about now?
Yes, yes. Okay, excellent, Nick.
Wonderful.
So wonderful. You are a co-founder of Climate Science Breakthrough, and you'll be launching what is called the National Emergency Briefing next week in London. So could you please tell us a bit more about what those briefings entail?
Yes, this was our effort that's so in keeping with what you're all discussing here, which is to reconnect the public and policymakers with the science. As we all know, we have an agenda where the climate crisis, the climate and nature crisis has disappeared off the chart, hasn't it? And the media landscape is such that other issues are being promoted, and we're operating in a world where stories are all about division, and that's how the clicks are driven. So we're trying to put it firmly back on the agenda, and to do that, we are holding a briefing, effectively the kind of briefing that our government should be giving. And so we are a group of climate campaigners and experts and scientists who've come together to do this. And we've hired Westminster Hall opposite the Houses of Parliament, where the first ever UN meeting took place in 1946. And in that hall, we're going to have short, concise talks delivered by 9 different experts. And this will cover every aspect of the climate crisis. So quite often we're just talking about the sort of more distant ideas of CO2, and we're talking about global issues, and we're talking about issues that are far away from the public. We are bringing this home to people exclusively in relation to their lives in the UK. And so we will have talks on climate, on energy, on nature, on extreme weather, and also on food security, how climate impacts health. We'll have a talk on national security, and we cover economics and tipping points. And so in that entire 1.5 hours, 2 hours, every policymaker who we've invited is going to get the complete picture, which includes the serious and, quite frankly, alarming elements of how quickly the crisis is unfolding and how swiftly we need to act, but also the remarkably positive pathways we have if we all pull together, because we have these technologies that we can deploy at scale, and we have so many great ways out of this. But until we bring all those issues together in front of the people who have all the influence, we can't see how we're ever going to make any progress.
What a great idea, Nick. Thank you so much for sharing this. And it will be so exciting to be able to see these, take part of these briefings. And we will hear more later on how this will happen so more people can watch this. So, Dr. Caldas, you witnessed about scientists being silenced, but also the shutting down of science institutions. And with this initiative that Nick tells us about, the microphone will be handed back to the scientists. So how does that ring? I mean, how does this resonate with you when you hear this? Do you think this could help scientists and science to become more center stage again, not to be pushed to the side?
Thank you. Absolutely. As I mentioned at the end of my keynote, any parallel scientific institutions and scientific initiatives that can come to light during this period of attacks on science are going to be extremely, extremely important, so that the scientific voice is not lost, and policymakers will know where to go in order to get the reliable scientific information. Because, for instance, in the United States, the big report, the National Climate Assessment and the National Nature Assessment, have been cut by the Trump administration. Well, the scientists took it upon them to really continue the work, and that report is going to come out by a parallel group of scientists working on this, this new initiative. So it's very important to have any and all initiatives that are focusing on science, so that it can really fill in the gap that the administration in the United States, speaking specifically, fill in the gap that is left by the administration attacks, so that the impact for the overall scientific enterprise is not that big.
So it's almost like an underground movement that keeps these big topics and the scientists alive and thriving, and also it's like a resistance movement almost.
It's the resistance. You had it right. It's the resistance. It's coming from the scientists. Scientists have turned into activists and advocates for a long time, since the previous Trump administration, and the way that scientists behave nowadays is a lot different from the way that they used to behave back then, when they said, oh, I cannot go out and talk on the streets about my science because that diminishes my status, as a scientist. I'm not going to be as credible. And that has changed completely. So a lot of scientists are now out there on the streets and really putting the science out there, because science is in our everyday lives. It's everything that we do has science, and the people must know that, and we must not let science be silenced.
Indeed. So turning now back to you, Nick, in terms of attendance here at these national science briefings, what could you tell us? What are your hopes? How many people will be reached physically in Westminster Hall? How many will be there, and how do you get them there?
That's what's been keeping me extremely busy for many months now. So we are currently standing at over 120 parliamentarians. So that's effectively MPs and peers. We really hope that number will surpass 200. Then we have approximately 800 and growing leaders from business, from culture, from faith, from sport, from media. So we're not only filling the room with the policymakers, we're filling the room with the people who have really real power and influence over decision making in society, but also over the culture and the way conversations take place going forward from the film. So that in effect is our first step, and it's that national moment we're trying to create. But it doesn't stop with the event, because there's going to be a film launched from the event, which will have a national rollout throughout next year, going into every community in the UK. Some of our partners want to show it in their venues. People such as the National Trust and the Church want to put it in cathedrals. But effectively, this is going to be a film that you can bring into your community, invite the community together, invite in any local scientists, ecologists, naturalists, any experts that fit this area, and then have a discussion which will formulate part of a grassroots movement to ensure the push carries on once the film has had its moment. And what we're hoping from that is that the public will have witnessed what the policymakers have heard. So when we hear future policies announced, we can reference those two things, and we have a sort of mutual understanding of what we're really up against, rather than the current situation in the UK, which is a little bit backslappy, where we have a claim that we've cut emissions by 50%, when really we've offshored lots of those emissions, and there are certain emissions we don't count. We're not where we need to be. So really we want to put the science back on the table and specifically make it very relevant to people's lives. One really interesting survey recently in the UK was when they asked a large number of the public what they thought that our net zero, our decarbonisation plan would cost. And the average estimate was 28% of GDP. Now it's actually 0.2% of GDP. So the public estimated 14,000 times higher than reality. So there's a huge disconnect there that we really need to solve, and the National Emergency Briefing will be part of doing that.
Thank you, Nick. So how do you make sure that the deniers and the delayers, the politicians that might not even want to touch this climate topic with a 10-foot pole, how do you make sure that they actually attend or listen or get the message? Because we didn't have time. We tried to educate the parliamentarians in Sweden. We invited all the major parliamentarians to an online training of, I think it was 2 years back, and the representatives from the parties that really do not want to focus on climate actions, they did of course not sign up. They didn't attend. So how do you aspire to reach the delayers, the deniers, the ones that actually even want to cancel science?
Well, first of all, in the attendance, we've been really blessed that we have this amazing coalition of support from organisations across the UK. And I think the reasons we have that is we said this is not a partisan, it's not about politics, this is about science. And we're not an NGO that's going to compete with your objectives. This is a one-off moment that we've come together for. And that allowed us to build this really diverse group who've been pushing within every strand of UK society. We're also lucky enough to have a broadcaster and naturalist, Chris Packham, who's opening our event. And so with these people on board, we've made quite a lot of noise. There's a high degree of FOMO here. So I think some MPs really think they're going to have to attend, because if they don't, people will be asking why they didn't. As you mentioned, those who are working for the vested interests are really pushing the opposite message. I don't think we need to persuade them. They're following the objectives of the money. What we really need to do is change the dial on public opinion and get the facts back on the table. And all our talks will be online after they've been delivered. So we'll have a repository of concise and detailed information on every aspect of the climate crisis. And as I said before, it's really critical that we're not just focusing on CO2 levels, we're focusing on every aspect of society. That's why we cover health and national security and issues like that. So it permeates through the whole of society if we get this right. So, fingers crossed that people attend. But if anyone's listening to this, please go on our website, drop in your postcode and email your MP and demand they attend, because this kind of action really does make a difference.
Well, thank you so much, Nick. And it's also great that Great Britain, congratulations, by the way, you're number 2, well, actually number 5, because there's nobody in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place on the global climate ranking that just was updated yesterday. Denmark is ahead of you, and then you're 2nd, which means place number 5, because 1, 2, and 3 was always left vacant because nobody's really, really good enough. But you're in the 2nd place, and the second best country. And Sweden, unfortunately, dropped again. We were used to be on the top numbers, so now we're on the place 13, and we dropped again from place 11. So great that the UK is doing this, leading with a good example. So, Astrid, could this baton, this initiative, be passed over to the United States? Could you have a national press briefing, given the circumstances that the country is in?
I believe it can happen because there are lots of elected officials and lots of people there that are interested in having these conversations and that have actually brought different types of manifestations forth, even without the majority of the Senate or majority of the House of Representatives in the United States. So that kind of initiative is certainly possible, and it would be most welcome by a lot of the people in the country who are really interested in continuing to hear about science and to protect their environment and everything. Absolutely. I'd love to see that.
Well, Nick, that might be something you could pay forward. Again, you see that word that we use here with the Make Science Great campaign, to pay it forward to other countries. What do you say about this possibility? I mean, all countries should have these press briefings, the national security briefings, right?
Oh, totally. We will be extremely helpful to anyone in any country who wants to set up such a briefing, and we'll effectively lay open everything that we've learnt, all our information for any credible sources who want to follow that through, because if that is an additional legacy to what we achieved, then we'll be really delighted.
Excellent. So we're very excited to be help facilitate this in our little way with the media studio that we have. And I'm going to now hand over to my dear colleague Nick Nuttall, who will be attending the national science briefings shortly. And let's see what he will take part of and also talk about in this next session. So let's move on to the next session. And thank you, Astrid, and thank you very much, Nick, for staying with us in this important talk about democracy and science. Thank you.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
US meteorologist Chris Gloninger started weaving climate science into his weather reports. It ended with death threats. Please welcome Chris to our broadcast from the United States via the magic of Zoom. Morning, Chris. For you, is it, or is it afternoon? I'm not sure.
It is 10:15 in the morning.
Okay, great. Okay, we've just tipped into the afternoon here in Berlin. Chris, this is an amazing story. I mean, you've been obsessed with weather since you were a child. Tell us why.
Nick, I'm not unique. When it comes to meteorologists, many of us have a weather event that we lived through as a child that sparked that interest. And for me, it was Hurricane Bob on eastern Long Island in New York back in 1991 when I was in second grade. And that was the moment where I decided I'm going to be a meteorologist. I want to understand and explain why Mother Nature can be quiet one second and so violent the next. And it's been a 20-year career as a meteorologist ever since I was in second grade.
Amazing. You've also said you had, quotes, a holy shit moment when you covered 2017's Hurricane Harvey. Why was that a holy shit moment? Why and how? Yeah.
Nick, I worked for NBC at the time, and I was a local meteorologist in Boston, but for the network, I would deploy to hurricanes to help other stations, to help other NBC stations across the country. I knew our climate was changing. I knew that humans were playing a big part, but it took Hurricane Harvey for me to really understand the gravity of how big of an impact we were having on the climate. And that was the moment where we covered 60 inches of rain. I spoke with residents who experienced 3 catastrophic floods in 3 years, each time they rebuilt. That's not normal. And I went back to station management in Boston and said, we need to be doing more about climate change. So we started the first weekly series on climate change in the United States, covering everything from mitigation to adaptation to renewable energy to resilience, everything in between. And that happened in 2019. And that led me to become chief meteorologist in Iowa, a place where they hadn't really talked about climate change and the impact the changing climate was having on weather in such a big agricultural community.
Interesting. And tell me, so you started weaving the climate change angle in, and I mean, it's not so weird, right? I mean, European meteorologists do it all the time. I'm sure some colleagues were doing it too, but then something flipped, right? So what exactly started happening to you as you were on this journey?
I think as a meteorologist first, as a scientist, but also as a journalist, every story has a who, what, where, when, and why. And I was noticing meteorologists were doing a good job at explaining the why, but around 2016, the first Trump administration, there was this large anti-science push, and I've seen that connection, the connections pull back from TV meteorologists quite a bit, which is unfortunate. And for me, it started in Iowa. The first part of my job as chief meteorologist, we had a tornado outbreak, the state's largest tornado outbreak in mid-December, in the heart of just before winter, the official start to winter, and we had temperatures into the mid-70s. That event was largely impossible without a changing climate. And I used that as the moment where I started connecting the dots in Iowa. Had already done that in Boston, but I knew this crowd would be a little bit different. And there was significant pushback at the time.
How did this pushback, what form did it take? Was it pushback from audiences or pushback from colleagues in the station?
That's a great question, Nick. Both, to answer your question. It started with your typical pushback from viewers that didn't like what they were hearing. They thought it was politicized. There was a lot of appreciation for what I was doing. I was using the data to tell the story. I was showing trends. And I found a new way, a new approach to talk about climate change to a more conservative audience. I talked about fiscal responsibility and how we were seeing $1 billion disaster in the United States every 2.5 weeks, and that it was fiscally irresponsible to keep rebuilding in the same footprint that we got into the problem with into the first place. I talked about how energy independence was using wind energy in farm fields to help lower energy costs and lower our reliance on foreign energy sources. And that worked. But people still found a way to push back. And at one point, I started receiving a series of harassing emails. It reached kind of a peak when this individual sent me a death threat. He wrote in and said, "What is your home address? Us conservative Iowans want to give you a welcome you will always remember." Kind of what the libtards tried to do to Justice Kavanaugh. And at the time, that's when there was a man that was apprehended with zip ties and weapons outside of the justice's house, and police took it very seriously. And at the moment, I thought the station, the management at my station was behind me. After all, they wanted me to cover climate change. But then their support eroded away so quickly, and I wasn't going to be silenced. So I made the difficult decision to walk away from that dream job of being chief meteorologist. Because if we were leaving out the why, we were doing a disservice to our viewers. And between the death threat and the lack of station management support, I didn't feel like I had a choice. So I wanted to tackle the climate crisis head on, full time, 24/7, putting all of my energy into it.
It's quite extraordinary, isn't it, really? Because, I mean, it's not as if you're just like, you're not a shaman or a soothsayer, or you don't read tea leaves, right? You're basically, we're trying to be responsible to take the science, which is peer review. It's the peer review of the peer review, right? I mean, it's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It's thousands of scientists around the world, including United States scientists, chosen by their own governments to represent on the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change. And yet, some people think that you're the devil incarnate, because you're actually suggesting that, you know, this is a problem and there are some ways to fix it, right? I mean, that's really unbelievable. I mean, I know, we all know that on the social media, it has become very shrill. But then we also know a lot of social media is others out there with bots and other things that aren't even real human beings abusing us because they've been paid for by somebody, right? I mean, did you start wondering why this reaction was coming? Who might be really behind it? I mean, I'm surprised your station didn't think, hey, we're not going to put up with this bullshit, right? But they obviously didn't. Yeah. What were your feelings?
I have friends and colleagues who said that this goes beyond station management. They care about dollars and cents at the end of the day. They care about what the advertisers want, and I really think that that had something to do with it. There was significant pushback. They didn't want to lose ratings. They didn't want to lose advertisers. That all plays a part. It's a ratings-driven industry, and unfortunately, we were caught in the crosshairs. And science has been caught in the crosshairs of that philosophy that science does not rise above the bottom line. And that's all they really cared about in the end, which again forced me to switch careers.
I mean, obviously, it's got even more complicated in the last, year, essentially, with a new presidency, where you've almost seen a cancel science culture, not just people hitting back at science, but saying it's absolute rubbish. We're going to cancel it from government websites and all the, problems at NOAA and people losing their jobs. I mean, I think the rest of the world looks on in curiosity at this democracy, which seems to be anti-science at the moment. You couldn't do it at all now, could you? I mean, if you got on TV right now and tried to talk about climate change, they'd have you off in 2 seconds, right? I mean, even worse now, perhaps, yeah?
It would be extremely difficult to carry on in this political climate. There's no question about it. And this part of society that maybe their feelings were suppressed have now been unleashed, and that's why you see it in social media. That's why people feel emboldened to write nasty, horrific emails to people who are speaking the science. And we're at this point where this current administration feels if you can ignore the science or if you don't collect the data, it's not a problem. We don't have to worry about it. I mean, I throw my hands up. I don't know what else to say about that.
Yeah. Yeah. No. It's we've got this campaign called "Make Science Great Again," which is meant to be deliberately cheeky about populist regimes, not just in the United States, but also there are parts of Europe with some political parties. All the very right-wing parties seem to have suddenly all coalesced around, oh, if we attack climate change, we'll get more votes. Because obviously there are some people out there that, they know or they read the newspapers that, renewable energy now is cheap as chips, right? But they don't see it in their bills. So I think it's very, very urgent that governments everywhere that can actually bring down household bills by showing that renewable energy really is cheap for them as a consumer too. I think there's some big actions that need to be taken. What are you doing today? What's your job today?
So the good news is I know We Don't Have Time collaborates with the Yellow Dot Studios. I have the opportunity to collaborate with the Yellow Dot Studios, Adam McKay's company that focuses on climate change, and we do the Extreme Weather Report, which airs monthly, which is exciting and kind of keeps me into the climate communications world. My full-time job, though, I work for Woods Hole Group, the CLS company, which is actually based in France, and we do a lot of resilience work in helping communities prepare and understand the challenges of climate change. I'm a scientist, but I'm also a communicator. I work with a lot of engineers that help with the hydrodynamic probabilistic flood modeling. I know that's a word salad. However, it helps communities prioritize infrastructure projects so they can prepare for our changing climate. And I actually covered some of their work during my time in Boston, which was exciting. And I reached out when times turned turbulent in Iowa to say, hey, not only do I know the science, I can communicate what you are doing. So it's been a natural fit. I've been here almost 3 years this summer, and we're making a difference. It's a small but mighty team, and we're tackling some of the biggest problems that our communities in the United States and with our French colleagues around the world are facing when it comes to the climate crisis.
That's very interesting indeed. We've just got like a minute and a half left, Chris. So what is your advice to other people in the media? I mean, you're a scientist that became a media personality rather than a media personality that became a media personality. But there are people out there trying to talk a little bit about this on TV and radio, I imagine, in newspapers in the United States and, of course, globally. What sort of message do you have for people that might find themselves under attack?
Double down. When this happened to me, I think people thought I ran away. I only departed because I was being silenced by my station. And this is too important of an issue to stay silent on. I encourage others to do the same. When they told me to stay silent, Nick, I doubled down. I made it my mission to keep going as long as I could. And I encourage others to do that too. I'll go back to one of my original points. As journalists, as scientists that are journalists, every story has a who, what, where, when, and why. If we are not connecting the dots with the why, that burning oil, coal, and gas is getting us into this situation that is causing chaos across the planet, then you are not doing your job as a journalist. I encourage everyone to do that, and I encourage everyone to take it seriously.
Good, Chris. Absolutely perfect. And thank you very much for being with us here today. Thank you very much.
Nick, thank you.
So that was super interesting, and also a very good bridge into our special session on climate and democracy, which begins right now. So stay with us. I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
It's down it. This is my God.
Tuesday, Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
So we just heard from Chris, a meteorologist from the United States, who after talking about climate change on TV when he was doing his weather reports, started receiving death threats. Unfortunately, it's not unique. An investigation by the United Nations Educational, Science and Cultural Organization last revealed that 70% of environmental journalists have been attacked for their work. In the studio, we now have 3 reporters who have all experienced these increasing attempts to discourage their climate reporting. And it's my pleasure to introduce Mateus Fernandes of Info Perifa Institute, Katia Brazil, Executive Director of Amazonia Real, and Peter Alsteig or Alsteig?
Alsteig.
Okay, who's the editor of Climate Change of, I'll probably get this wrong as well, Dagnens Nyheter?
Good enough.
Good enough, okay, which is a Swedish newspaper. Thank you very much indeed, Peter. We also have with us Yael Taluchi. You do it. Go on.
You know how to say it.
I'm so bad at that. He's the communications director for the Planetary Science Pavilion, who will act as a translator during this session. So thank you so much for being here. All right, let's go. Katia, let's start with you. Please tell us about the threats or risks you have experienced when reporting on climate change and environmental issues.
Kátia, por favor, nos diga quais os riscos e ameaças que você recebe quando você faz reportagens sobre o meio ambiente ou mudanças climáticas.
Primeiro, agradeço pelo convite da You Have Done Times. É o único espaço que nós, nessa COP inteira, que nós estamos falando sobre segurança dos jornalistas. Não há nenhum outro local aqui que foi aberto esse espaço. Obrigada por isso.
First, I would
Na
like to
ECO
say,
92 houve... Tá.
First, I'd like to say thank you for We Don't Have Time. It's the only space at this COP where we can talk about the safety of journalists. No others welcomed this debate.
Na ECO 92, no Rio de Janeiro, em 1992, houve um evento chamado Green Press, antes da conferência, onde os jornalistas, principalmente que cobrem o meio ambiente, participaram de um encontro. Depois, não houve, nunca mais a nossa voz foi escutada em conferências.
During ECO 92 in Rio, there was an event called Green Press, where journalists talk about the risks and the threats they face. But since then, there has been no events like that where journalists gather to talk about it.
Eu sou uma jornalista que me formei no Rio de Janeiro e, em 1990, parti para a Amazônia, porque eu tinha um sonho de fazer grandes reportagens. E demorou mais ou menos um ano para eu começar a realizar esse sonho por causa dos jornais, que eles não falavam sobre desmatamento, queimadas. Eu era proibida a visitar terras indígenas e fui muito ameaçada. Logo no primeiro ano eu fui ameaçada de morte porque eu investiguei um assassinato de um advogado.
So I graduated in Rio, and then in 1990, I moved to the Amazon because I wanted to do great environmental reporting. And it took me a year to start doing that because the newspapers there wouldn't give me space. And as I started to do reporting, I received death threats because I covered the murder of an environmental advocate.
Então eu tive que passar por muitas dificuldades, né? Desde o assédio moral, assédio de gênero, também violências de demissões por chefes que são ligados à mineração, à madeira, né? Temos políticos ligados a madeireiras. Então, eu tive que passar por tudo isso até chegar a 2013 para fundar a Amazônia Real, em Manaus, e cobrir, de fato, a Amazônia como a gente quer, como os povos merecem.
So I suffered a lot of harassment, moral harassment, gender harassment. I was fired a number of times because the owners of the papers were politicians connected to illegal logging or mining. And it took me until 2013 to create Amazônia Real and really start to cover the Amazon the way that the people of the Amazon wanted and needed to be.
Então, todas as matérias que nós fazemos, todos os jornalistas que vão para o campo, na Amazônia Real, eles vão com protocolos de segurança rígidos para poder ir e voltar com segurança, porque eles podem enfrentar, por exemplo, pistoleiros nas estradas, eles podem enfrentar ataques nos barcos, e também nós não viajamos com lideranças, porque as lideranças são super ameaçadas, e a presença dos jornalistas nessas regiões remotas da Amazônia ameaçam muito mais essas pessoas. Então, a gente criou esses códigos próprios para justamente fazer as investigações, que são inúmeras, né? Quando se envolve crime ambiental, a Amazônia em desafio, como ela está sendo especulada, invadida os territórios, os jornalistas também precisam se cuidar, porque eu acho que mesmo que a Forbidden Story, ela tem um termo que fala que a nossa única voz vai calar. Mas nós não queremos que a nossa voz cale. A gente quer continuar levantando, divulgando, escrevendo, relatando essas violações.
So at Amazônia Real, we created journalism protocols to protect the journalists that go into the field. So all of them follow strict safety protocols because they can face a threat of gunmen on the roads or on rivers. They also do not travel with local leaders because the presence of journalists increases the threats to the local leaders when they are in the Amazon because people don't want their voices to be heard. So following these protocols is incredibly important for us to be able to continue to tell our stories and not to have our voices be silenced.
Let's go and ask Matthias the same question, which is, tell us about the threats and risks from your reporting.
Matheus, mesma pergunta para você. Quais os riscos e ameaças que você sofre?
Olá, tudo bem? Chamo Matheus Fernandes. Muito obrigado pelo convite. É muito importante ter esse momento de fortalecer a comunicação e a integridade também das informações em espaços como esse.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mateus. It's a pleasure to be here. It's really important to have moments and opportunities like this to have this important debate.
Eu sou formado em jornalismo e o meu jornalismo ele veio da luta por moradia, uma luta que é voltada para as pessoas de periferia. Então, quando a gente olha hoje a comunicação, desde o meu processo de formação e até a atuação nesse trabalho, a gente sente que tem uma dificuldade muito grande, que é falar dessas pessoas que estão mais vulneráveis.
I graduated in journalism, and the reason I studied journalism is to tell the story of housing and people that live in poor housing conditions and don't have access to housing. And still today, it's really hard to find the spaces to really make those voices heard and tell those stories.
Em 2023, eu fiz uma pesquisa jornalística fazendo uma denúncia sobre casos de crianças e jovens que tinham contato e adoecimento por conta de esgoto a céu aberto, a falta do saneamento básico nas periferias, culpabilizando uma empresa que fazia o descarte inadequado naquele rio onde moravam pessoas. Esse processo me gerou também quase um processo jurídico.
So in 2023, I did a report on the environmental conditions and the lack of sanitation and how it impacts the health of kids that live in these areas. And I reported and named a company that was responsible for throwing in all the residues on open air in these communities. And that led to me being sued and receiving legal threats.
Acho que tanto para mim quanto para outros jornalistas negros brasileiros, temos uma dificuldade muito grande que é a proteção. A gente precisa fazer esse trabalho de denúncia, só que não temos muito canais de proteção a essa integridade da nossa vida.
To me and many other Black Brazilian journalists, we have the challenge of protection. There are not many ways for us to receive protection, and that just makes our work much harder.
Então hoje é muito importante que eu utilize a minha voz para falar dessas pessoas que não estão nesses espaços, mas também me coloco em risco, Não consigo ter uma vida comum como eu gostaria, mas é muito importante que a gente continue e se conecte com outras pessoas para que a gente esteja protegido. Eu acho que falar de meio ambiente, falar de comunicação, a gente precisa falar de proteção, a gente precisa falar sobre vida.
So I feel that's really important for me that have access to speak about these issues in the spaces, bring these issues to spaces where the people that I work with are not at, and that the work of protection, the issue of protection for journalists is really important. And I do this even knowing that it might increase the level of risks that reach me.
Before I come to Peter, yeah, I wanted to ask one question of both our Brazilian friends here. Is this threat to journalists getting worse? And how does this government, which is so appears to be so interested in doing the honest and good things. Marina Silva, we know, was threatened very much for her work on the environment. How do they stand and allow this to continue?
Como que esse governo ele se mostra e permite que isso continue?
Então, eu preciso comparar o governo Lula com o governo Bolsonaro. Em 2022, né, o Jair Bolsonaro, da extrema-direita, assumiu o governo e ele simplesmente, na sua campanha, anunciou que não ia demarcar nenhum centímetro de terra. E na campanha isso se concretizou e vieram inúmeras ameaças, inclusive para os jornalistas, principalmente para as mulheres. Não só dele, mas de todas as pessoas ligadas a ele.
So it's important that I contrast the Lula government with the previous government from Jair Bolsonaro. When Jair Bolsonaro came to power, he made a promise that he would not demarcate an inch of indigenous lands, and he fulfilled that promise. But with that came a lot of threats to journalists and to environmental defenders, especially women. And it was not just from Bolsonaro himself, but also from a lot of people that supported him.
Então, durante a pandemia, né, nós estávamos cobrindo a pandemia e um correligionário ligado ao Bolsonaro, ele passou 1 hora no Facebook xingando eu e a Elaís Farias, que é a outra fundadora da Amazônia Real. Nós sofremos ataques misóginos porque publicamos uma reportagem dizendo que o vírus iria chegar nas terras indígenas, dos indígenas isolados. Eles diziam que era mentira e que a gente estava patrocinando ONGs, nós estávamos recebendo dinheiro de ONG para publicar essa reportagem.
So during the pandemic, we did a report saying that the coronavirus would reach the areas of uncontacted indigenous tribes. And some of Bolsonaro's followers spent hours on Facebook just cursing at myself and my co-founder. And we started to receive a lot of threats because we're basically doing this reporting. And they were claiming that we were receiving resources from international NGOs to be doing our work.
Então, se eu for comparar com o governo Lula, certamente, num país democrático como nós estamos vivenciando agora, é muito mais tranquilo a imprensa trabalhar. Mas eu represento uma mídia independente investigativa sem fins lucrativos. Nós não recebemos dinheiro de empresas, nem recebemos dinheiro de mineradoras, que estão, inclusive, patrocinando a imprensa na cobertura dessa COP. Então, a gente recebe dinheiro de doações, de filantropias e dos leitores. Então, é muito difícil. Nós estamos aqui, na verdade, com a raça, com a coragem, porque se a gente fosse pensar das dificuldades, nós não estaríamos aqui cobrindo essa COP. Mas ainda há muitas dificuldades com o governo Lula, que é o acesso da mídia independente aqui presente. São poucos veículos que conseguiram chegar aqui e são pequenos veículos que cobrem meio ambiente, a crise climática, que conseguiram chegar aqui. Existem inúmeros jornalistas que não conseguiram pisar em Belém.
So there's a marked difference, and Lula's government it is much better, and there's more safety. But what we see now is the difference between established media and the independent media. And established media sometimes receives money from large corporations, mining groups, and independent media struggles to cover events like this. Like we are here, but many other independent groups and small media outlets have not had the capacity to come to COP.
Let me go to Peter because he's been sitting patiently there. Peter, you're a climate change editor at the Swedish newspaper Dagens Nyheter. Say it properly for me.
Dagens Nyheter.
Dagens Nyheter, okay. The leading morning daily newspaper in Sweden, the leading one. Reporting from Sweden is a different story than Brazil, but can you relate to what you've just heard?
Absolutely. I mean, I would say that this is a global trend that we're seeing. And, you know, covering climate and environment is actually one of the most dangerous fields you can get into as a journalist, which in itself is kind of shocking, to be honest. But of course, in Sweden, it's not deadly, but we do receive threats and a lot of bashing in social media and a lot of anger. And I think it comes down to, you know, that you are threatening financial interests. That is the common denominator. And in Sweden, the connection is not as direct as in Brazil, when it's, you know, people logging who receive the climate reporting as a threat or environment reporting as a threat. But in Sweden, it's more that the economic interest casts doubt on climate change, and then we are accused of being alarmist. We are threatening people's what they perceive as their right to drive their car, their right to fly across the world. And that creates anger with people. So I think, you know, a few years ago, I had the feeling that this was going away. I had the feeling that, you know, okay, now people are finally accepting the science. But we do see a backlash now, and that's very concerning.
So, I mean, I was a journalist too on the Times newspaper in London, covering the environment and science in the 1990s. And there was never any, the only violence I got was from my chief sub-editor for making some mistake or something. That was the most violent it ever got, right? But, so I think there's something has changed. It may be social media. People feel they can be aggressive and hide. But also maybe because those that want an environmentally better future might just be starting to win. And those big economic interests are fighting like devils to make sure this doesn't happen.
I mean, I would certainly hope that that is the case.
Yeah.
So then it's like their last effort to silence the truth bringers.
Maybe.
But I also, you know, I think there's a big risk as well that, you know, the situation, especially for people covering the Amazon and other very dangerous regions, but also in countries like Sweden or the UK, that you also see the self-censorship within journalists. And I mean, when I talk to other reporters, when I do education in climate reporting to other reporters, then I have to warn them, you know, what you're getting into is not going to be pleasant. And I think that that can lead to people actually choosing not to cover climate change and choosing not to cover environment.
Okay, good, Peter. Let's come back to our friends from Brazil. Obviously, you mentioned that the political cycle here is very significant as it has changed from one government to Bolsonaro, then Bolsonaro back to Lula. This is important. But behind it all, there are those people that don't want you to report. Sometimes they hide a little bit when Lula's in power, but they're still there, right? Is that correct? And what would you want to change? The police to be more supportive, or are the police also part of the problem?
Eu vejo que temos muitas dificuldades estruturais para fazer uma cobertura de comunicação. Eu acho que entender que é um sistema que muitas vezes decide o que cobrir, quem vive, quem morre, não somente o policiamento, mas as próprias instituições, os governos locais, as prefeituras. A gente está falando de um Brasil onde mais mata ativistas e jornalistas climáticos, né?
I see there's a huge challenge to covering these topics and showing who decides what coverage goes to, who gets to live, who gets to die, who gets to say, who gets to be silenced. And we're talking about a country where you have one of the highest levels of threats and murders of environmental journalists and activists.
Vejo que precisamos de mudanças, talvez alguma política pública que olhe para a segurança da nossa integridade, assim como também o policiamento tem casos de denúncia, você ter algum tipo de apoio, enfim, de manter o seu anonimato. Mas para chegar nesse nível, não seria necessário que a gente passasse por violências. Deveria ser algo já assegurado pelas grandes corporações de comunicação onde a gente tem feito o nosso trabalho. Agora imagine esse mesmo cenário sendo um jornalista independente. A gente não tem recurso para fazer essa proteção.
And there should be some kind of support, maybe some public policy or some policing support to protect us and eventually get us to be covered and to become anonymous and to disappear for a while. But this should be embraced by the large journalism corporations, and they should be offering this to their staff, which makes it even trickier if you think about independent journalism that doesn't have the capacity to offer this to people.
Mas para deixar uma mensagem rápida, eu acho sim que a gente precisa de apoio governamental, a gente também precisa de apoio das nossas comunidades para trabalhar de maneira coletiva, porque esse trabalho do jornalista, ele não é um trabalho solitário, ele é um trabalho que precisa ser feito a muitas pessoas, juntas, porque assim a gente tem mais força. Eu vejo que o nosso trabalho ele fortalece a democracia, vejo que esse trabalho da democracia ele precisa ser feito com as mãos de quem está sendo mais impactado. Então, apesar desses dados me assustarem, eu acredito muito no poder coletivo.
And I want to leave a final quick message that this work that we do, it's not an individual job, it's a collective job, and it needs to be supported by our communities. Because what we're doing there is making and creating conditions for these communities to be stronger. And by doing this, we strengthen democracy. And so this work is super important. And I hope that this support and this collaboration starts to take place so we can continue to do it and to expand it.
Eu não vejo como melhorar, na verdade, porque nós temos uma eleição em 2026, em que o presidente Lula pode se candidatar à reeleição, né? Mas nós estamos num país dividido pela polarização. E temos um problema sério na questão ambiental, que é o negacionismo. E essas pessoas elas continuam se armando. E existe um problema com os jornalistas agora, que não é só a ameaça pelas redes sociais, é o assédio judicial das ações que a gente recebe.
I'm not sure it can get better. 2026, we have elections coming, and we know Lula might be trying to run for re-election, but we also know that the other side is getting ready to fight and come back to power. And what we see is that these folks are not just getting armed to deliver violence or social media threats, they're also getting ready to threat us judicially. And that's a huge challenge that we have if they come after us using the legal system.
Então, a partir de 2020, a gente começou a receber os processos. Nós temos uma reportagem que foi realizada sobre um passeio durante a pandemia que estava ilegal, navegar nos rios. Na verdade, era uma reportagem que já vinha sendo divulgada. Nós investigamos os donos dos barcos e descobrimos que são empresários ricos de Manaus.
So we started to receive these legal challenges already and being sued. For example, in 2020, we did a report during the pandemic when taking people out on boat trips was not allowed. There were these companies taking tourists out, and we investigated this. And what we found is that it was owned by really rich business people from Manaus.
Então, essa reportagem está censurada há 3 anos. Tem uma outra reportagem, sim, que fala da questão ambiental, que é sobre uma empresa que produz açaí, e o repórter foi ouvir a comunidade, e a comunidade reclamou de poluição, de peixes mortos no lago. Essa reportagem foi realizada, inclusive, aqui no estado do Pará. E os empresários também entraram com uma ação. E para a gente, nós não temos recursos para contratar advogados. Então, nós começamos a pedir o apoio das organizações que apoiam nós, jornalistas independentes, como a Abrage, a Repórteres Sem Fronteiras e o Torna-Voz.
So that story has been censored for 3 years now. And another story we did around acai production. We went to the communities and we heard the communities and they were complaining about pollution, about fish dying on the lakes. And the corporation that was running the operations there is also suing us. And we don't have the resources to fight these legal battles. So we're asking for support from the organizations that support independent journalism, like Abrage and Jornavoz and Reporters Without Borders and Media Defense.
I hope some people out there with these organizations heard that. And maybe we can do some social media connected with this broadcast to highlight those organizations. Yeah.
Sim, agradeço muito. Obrigada.
Maybe just one last question to everybody, really, which is maybe first with our friends from Brazil, but will you be reporting about the President Lula government wanting to drill for oil in the Amazon? And how do you think that will be received?
Boa pergunta. Essa é uma questão que atinge muitos povos indígenas da Amazônia, principalmente da região do Amapá. Nós estamos vendo aí nas negociações da COP, nos últimos instantes, os países ricos não estão querendo abrir mão da exploração dos combustíveis fósseis. O próprio presidente Lula já fez uma declaração aqui um pouco conturbada de dizer que o recurso dessa exploração possa, inclusive, beneficiar o financiamento da adaptação climática, né? Que é impossível. Se realmente ocorrer essa exploração no Amapá, ecossistemas, povos até isolados vão ser atingidos. Eu acompanhei muito bem a exploração de petróleo em Coari, onde mais de 5.000 homens trabalharam naquela área.
So yes, if Lula goes ahead with this, it's going to be really challenging. It affects communities, it affects indigenous peoples. It will have huge environmental impacts. But we also see it here in COP. The rich countries don't want to sign on. They want to keep exploring fossil fuels. Even President Lula made a declaration saying that the resources from fossil fuels should be paying for the energy transition. And I've seen this story before. I reported on Coari, an oil field in the Amazon where there were 5,000 men working on fossil fuel exploration.
Yes, it's certainly complex, but there are certainly some northern. Let's not mention the United States of America right now, but there are other northern European countries that would quite like to get off fossil fuels. So it's a more complicated picture. Yeah. And from your point of view, is this a big challenge to report on the oil in the Amazon?
Eu acho que não é um assunto difícil para nós que vivencia isso no cotidiano. Nós sabemos quem são as pessoas que estão sendo mais impactadas, a gente sabe as histórias, os territórios. A dificuldade é a gente ter alcance dessa voz, é que a mídia repercuta também o que a gente está contando.
We know this is a challenging issue. We know the communities that are getting impacted. We know their stories. We know their voices, we know who they are, but it's really hard to get larger media to amplify and to tell the stories of these groups and these people.
E independente do governo, seja este ou o próximo, nosso trabalho é o fortalecimento da democracia. Então continuaremos a falar as histórias das pessoas que não estão sendo ouvidas.
Mas sim, but yes, we will continue to tell the stories of the people who don't have a voice, because our work is to strengthen democracy. So independent of this government, whatever next government will be, we will continue to expose the stories that need to be told.
I'd just like to say, Peter, there was a really good report from Amnesty International that showed there are now something like 2 billion people in the world impacted by fossil fuel infrastructure. in terms of health and other things. And I missed that, but I thought that was a very 2 billion people impacted by oil and gas infrastructure. Okay, I think we're going to have to wrap it up here, boys and girls. Thank you very much for being here. Oh, yes, one moment.
Eu gostaria de comentar, porque o jornalista brasileiro, quando ele diz que ele é ameaçado, geralmente nem o editor dele acredita que ele é ameaçado.
I wanted to add that Brazilian journalists, when they say that they're being threatened and they're receiving threats, usually not even their editors believe that they're actually receiving threats.
Eu também gostaria de falar das mulheres que sofrem assédio nas redações. Por exemplo, aqui na COP, algumas mulheres foram empurradas por fotógrafos, foram intimidadas por fotógrafos. Então, existe um machismo exacerbado na imprensa brasileira contra as mulheres.
And I want to highlight especially the case of women that feel harassed in the redaction, in the rooms, including here at COP, where they get pushed and shoved to the side by photographers. There is a lot of sexism and misogyny in Brazilian press.
E só para finalizar, em 2023, a Repórter Sem Fronteiras fez um relatório só sobre os jornalistas da Amazônia e levantou 66 casos de violência na produção das reportagens, e principalmente violações à liberdade de imprensa, o assédio judicial, o assédio moral, inclusive a desacreditar das nossas palavras. Então, esse relatório não foi publicado pela imprensa do Pará.
Reporter Without Borders in 2023 produced a report, and they highlighted over 60 cases of moral, legal harassment against journalists, and this reporting was not covered by any media in Pará.
All right, thank you very much for these points. We have about 2 million people watching our shows around the world, so they have been well received, I think, by a global public. And today we have a special day on democracy, and this was very important to have you on our show. Thank you very much indeed. I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
There was a time, not too long ago, where climate and environmental policy were seen as bipartisan issues, something that unified rather than divided the public and the voters, not least in the United States. This period is captured in the new documentary film, The White House Effect, which was released on Netflix in the run-up to COP30. We will soon have the great pleasure to speak to the director of the film, Bonnie Cohen. But first, let's watch a few minutes of the film.
2023 was the hottest year on record by a long shot.
Energy conservation has got to become a way of life.
We'll make America great again.
1988 is the warmest year on the record.
Those who think we're powerless to do anything about this greenhouse effect are forgetting about the White House effect. And as president, I intend to do something about it.
In all the years since scientists began tracking temperature, the year that just ended was the warmest.
It's happening.
The warming has begun.
George Bush wins.
We need a new attitude about the environment. Bill Riley has agreed to serve as the administrator of the EPA.
I found myself asking the question, is this really the best we can do?
John Sununu will be George Bush's White House Chief of Staff.
I don't think America wants not to be able to use their automobiles.
Many in the environmental community are questioning your watering down global warming. What do you say to that?
There's as many scientists who say that there's not global warming as scientists who say there is.
Two diametrically opposed points of view. Now, where does that leave us?
What have we done that's so bad?
If the Bush administration force you to change a scientific conclusion, it's science fraud by them.
Wake up. If you are the environmental president, why don't you defend your own environmentalist?
People will start asking early in the next century, what is nature doing to us? It's not nature doing to us, it's what we're doing to nature and to ourselves.
This problem has reached a new stage.
Is science for sale?
Environmental protection is about sustaining life on Earth. We dare not ignore it.
It is now my great pleasure to welcome on Zoom film director Bonnie Cohen. Bonnie, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
First of all, I would just like to thank you for having made this movie. I watched it just before taking off to Belém, and I really, really enjoyed it. It also upset me, but that wasn't because of the filmmaking, but because of the content.
Yeah.
But I'm
Yes,
curious
the
to know.
film it does have that effect on people.
Yeah. I'm curious to know what made you want to tell this story.
Yeah, well, I mean, thank you. Just to say, we were a community of filmmakers who have all made quite a bit of content in this space, in the climate crisis, climate change space. My co-directors, John Schenk, Pedro Cos, and I have worked together before. We made The Island President with Mohammed Nasheed of the Maldives, and John and I made an Inconvenient sequel with Al Gore about 5 years ago. No, 8 years ago now. And we're trying to figure out, as we all do, how to move the needle with film, with moving people's hearts and minds around this issue, because it just, as you know, seems so hard to do. And so we decided to consider going back to what some consider the origin story of the climate crisis, the moment in the late 80s when the subject of the climate became a political football. That was not always the case, and we found that fascinating, how the divisiveness, the politicization, the disinformation started to creep in, and when that happened and why. And we thought if we could tell that story completely in the archival materials of the time, sort of sink the viewer into the contemporary archival experience, that might be an irrefutable way to tell this story. And so we started down our 5-year course of gathering all of that archival, editing that archival, and eventually crafting this structure and this film.
Back at this period, the late 80s, it's almost like watching a fantasy movie. This is actually a period where a Republican candidate could run a campaign on environmental issues. It's, you know, it's almost, and it wasn't only in the States. I mean, look at the UK, where the Iron Lady herself, Margaret Thatcher, really pushed for urgent global action to curb global warming, and really stood up for scientific research. When you look back, when you went through all this footage, what struck you the most about the political climate back then?
It's really interesting. There was the purpose of the film, and what we wanted to concentrate on was this moment in American history where there was a terrible drought in the country that was affecting everyone, including the farmers. there was all the science was in from the scientific community, who had sort of put all of the dots together to connect what was going on with the greenhouse gases and how it was affecting our world and our climate. And the will of the American people was in place. We all saw an opportunity to actually act on climate. And of all things, there was a Republican candidate for president who seemed to really get that and be interested in the possibilities of what we could do together as a country. So all of these forces were in place. There was a little crack. The window was open for us to take action. And I think all of us on our team found that really sort of extraordinary, optimistic. Of course, we see what happens with the story, but in the end, is there an opportunity for us to get back to that place where we were, where all of these elements were in place for us to do the right thing instead of the wrong thing? So that was motivating for us as a film team.
And have you come up with an answer to that question? Is there a way to get us back to that time where this scientific issue, which it really is again seen as a bipartisan issue?
I mean, if I had the answer to that question, I'd not be sitting here on my sofa in San Francisco. I'd probably be screaming from a slightly different pulpit. But I think that it's important to look at, the Biden infrastructure bill and how important a moment that was in American history. That was maybe the most important climate bill that really ever passed and was in action in the United States. It was not that long ago. How did we get there? How did we get to a place where the manufacturing of alternative energy, the use of alternative energy really was a priority in this country? Obviously, it has been now taken away from us, but that existed. We can get back there. There is enough factual information, scientific, industrial, will of the people to get back to that place. So we hold on to that. We have to look at history and we have to recognize how difficult it is to garner support for the environment and alternative energies when there's an economy that's threatening people's jobs, their ability to get to work, feed their kids. That's what happened back in the late 80s, early 90s. The economy started to tank, and then the environmental concerns just went out the window. So we're constantly in this balance. We now have the opportunity to do the right thing on behalf of the environment and have the economy benefit from it. And we have to really go back and concentrate on that again.
Your film also clearly shows the change of narratives here. It tells the story on how oil companies managed to infiltrate key figures in the White House and turn the Republican Party from a party who took climate change and climate science very seriously to started sowing doubt about the science, and now we're in a point today where they're almost denying it. Why, in your opinion, why do you think the oil companies were so successful in shaping this narrative?
I mean, it's also against a backdrop, just to say, of Exxon doing their own research into the climate crisis and the effects of carbon dioxide and fossil fuels on the environment. So this happened when they also even knew what was going on from a scientific perspective. So it's even more egregious. There were allies in the White House. John Sununu was letting that narrative, that corporate greed narrative, infiltrate into the White House and then out to the American people. And he had there was a way in which that was accomplished by creating a disinformation campaign about what was going on scientifically. That was sort of the fossil fuel companies were able to sort of help craft this narrative to keep the strength of their corporate entities pumping out, what they were pumping out, and at the same time, sort of brainwashing the American people that it was the right thing to do. That was, I don't know if it was the first time, but in our research, it was a very critical focal time for that disinformation to start creeping in to the hearts and minds of the American people over the radio waves, over the television waves. and just the right alchemy of the way that the fossil fuel companies were working with the White House and working with the media conglomerates, that messaging started to push out and become a possibility.
What are you hoping that the viewers take with them after having watched the film?
We have found that you know, history is truth. You can't deny history. You have to look at it. You have to regard it. You have to learn from it. We don't have any contemporary voices influencing this historical narrative in this film. And that's sort of an irrefutable proposition. And so our hope is that viewers will see this story, sort of see the way that it transformed the way thinking has happened in the decades that have followed, and be angry about it. It will hopefully create some rage. Rage is a form of activism, and activism turns people out to vote. This is ultimately a film about who we elect and how those decisions influence the world we live in directly. So it's our hope that it will get people out to the polls, it will get people voting in the right direction, and get us back on track to help save the environment.
You briefly touched on this in the beginning, but what kind of reactions have you gotten so far from both sides?
You know, because we don't have, it was really our intention to have this film really speak for itself. The film, when you see it, it spends a lot of time on the streets with the American people. We really sort of give voice to all of these different sectors of the population: regular citizens on the street, the scientific community, the environmental community, the political community, and of course the industrial and corporate communities. So it is our hope that people see themselves in this film, and that is what's happened. No one really has felt very marginalized by this film. They sort of can see themselves on both sides of the aisle, and it has sparked really interesting conversation as a result of that. I think a lot of political folks did not realize or remember that George Bush Sr. had run as an environmental candidate, and that's a very important talking point for bringing people together.
Bonnie Cohen, thank you so much for joining our broadcast here today. This film is really a film worth talking about at a COP meeting. And for all of you watching this film, The White House Effect, it is now available on Netflix. It's basically based totally on archived footage, which makes it, I would say, stunning. I really liked it, so watch it, and let's all try to learn something from it. Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Now let's move on.
Journalists are no longer the only ones facing threats and violence when they speak truth to power. For the past few years, the number of people living in democracies has been declining. Since 2017, the number of electoral democracies has fallen from 96 to 88 countries, according to Our World in Data. That's quite staggering numbers, huh? To make things worse, recent reports show that criminalization and repression of activists have intensified worldwide and just in the past few years. So we're now going to meet with two activists in the front line of this in our Stockholm studio. Let's see if we can connect with Stockholm. We have David Alsa. David is from Germany, as I'm informed, but he resides and works in Lund, in Sweden, where he is working at Lund University, and he's also active in the organization Restore the Wetlands. And let's see if we can connect with Stockholm and say hello to David. Meanwhile, while this happens, let's turn to Zoom, where we have Geoffrey Mboya. Hello, Geoffrey. Wonderful to see you here. We wanted to have you here in Belen, but that didn't work for several reasons. But well, we're happy to have you take part of our broadcast like this. So Jeffrey, you are the democracy activist and also a community organizer. So how are you today, Geoffrey?
Thanks, Katerina, for having me today. Really glad to be part of this panel. I really wish to be present in Berlin, but circumstances couldn't allow, but really happy to join virtually. So I'm really fired up and ready for this panel today.
Excellent. So I guess we need to get started, even if we don't have David with us. So, Geoffrey, you're quite big on Instagram. You're great on social media. And lately in your feed, we have seen some very violent and bloody images lately, where the people have opened fire and also killed demonstrators on several occasions. So could you please tell us what this is about?
Well, just to start off, generally, democracy is under attack in the East Africa. As a region, we've seen how repression has been continuously used by our governments. And by that, I mean the governments of Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. As East Africa community, we've just witnessed one of the shocking election outcomes that just happened in Tanzania, where it is being reported that as of now, reports of over 3,000 citizens have been murdered because of an electioneering period. As we witness the election outcome in Tanzania, which both the AU, both the African Union has declared as unfair election outcome, but also one that has been largely dominated by the main party. These are some of the effects that we think are going to spill over the entire region, because the next year, 2026, we are watching very closely the Ugandan elections. And also we know for sure 2027, we will have general election in Kenya. And so the president that is being set in Tanzania has a tremendous effect on the entire region. So we are paying attention to what is the world talking about Tanzanian situation, because we know very well the main party, Chama cha Mapinduzi, which is called CCM, barred the opposition party from partaking the elections. So they arrested the opposition figure, Tundu Lissu, who is an important political figure in Tanzania. He's being charged of treason. And so what president is being witnessed in Tanzania informs us as a region to pay closely to the developments that are happening there. And I'm sure this is a conversation that is ongoing, that we need to protect democracy. And we've seen largely that young people across the continent are stepping out to really partake in the political question, because some of the decisions the leaders are making today, they will not affect them. They will affect majority of the demographic. If you've seen the unrest happening in Madagascar, the unrest happening in Mozambique, the unrest happening in Morocco, the unrest happening in different parts of the continent, which have also inspired in other regions such as Asia. This is to tell you that it is a very significant moment that young people are taking political decisions very seriously, and we are ready to inform our government that we are ready to be part of political discourse in our country.
Geoffrey, and I see that we now have David Alsa with us in the studio in Stockholm. Wonderful to see you, David. So, David, you are a researcher at the Lund University Nano Lab, and Lund University is actually just ranked as the most sustainable university in the world in a quite recent ranking. So congratulations for that. But you're also an activist, so it might sound like a pretty safe place to be in Sweden at a university of this caliber and to also be an activist, but that is really not the story. So could you please tell us, David?
Yes, I have come to Sweden from Germany to do a PhD on solar cell development, and I'm now employed at Lund University. I'm also using my voice to speak up about climate justice, which has led the police to target me recently. So during the past year, the border police has detained me 2 times without any crime suspicions in the middle of my everyday life. So once when I was going to work, once when biking home. And they took me for an interrogation about my right to be in Sweden, where they did not allow my lawyer to be present. And most recently, they have threatened me with deportation and locked me up in a migration detention center. I was released the next afternoon, but the threat of deportation is still there, now coming from the migration agency, who has received a recommendation from the border police to deport me. All of this because of my climate activism. But really, this is not about me. It is an attack on democracy here in Sweden. Sweden is known for having a long democratic tradition, with civil society having a strong voice and having an impact on decisions. But this is rapidly retracting because politicians are restraining the space in which civil society can express their opinions, and politicians undermine the role of protest, which my story is a result of.
This is really disturbing, David, and when I read about it in my local newspaper, I live close to Lund, I was shocked because you were really tossed into an anonymous car when you were bicycling to work one day, and this is not a behavior that you as a Swede would expect, right? And Sweden has also been criticized by the special envoy to the United Nations for not really respecting the rights of activists. So this is indeed alarming. It is indeed. So a question to both you and Geoffrey is, this violence and this abusive behavior against activists is really increasing. So if I start with you, Geoffrey, why do you think this is happening now, and why is it increasing?
Thank you so much, Katerina, for that. I think we are increasingly witnessing the rise of far-right governments across the entire world. I have been reading geopolitics from different regions, and I tend to see, as a world, we are shifting towards more far and extreme governments generally. And as even we witness at this COP30, the US government withdrawing from Paris government, the Paris Agreement, and not really partaking into the climate commitment and deliberation that is really, really important to frontline our stance as a world towards a greener and a better world for all of us. It is quite a significant political moment that we're witnessing, and the repression of activists. It has long been a culture of dictatorship governments, governments that are not willing to be held accountable, governments that are not willing to allow a fair and free democratic discourse. We are increasingly seeing repression from even some of the countries where we think democracy will be respected, will be enshrined within the constitution of the day. But that is not the case. We are witnessing leaders who are not willing to listen to the majority, and the majority are the people. The people have the voice. The people are willing to engage in a free and fair society. But that is not the case with the current leaders of today. If we are talking about the respect of rule of law, then we will not have a leader such as Trump who would go after, or rather feel protective when his own sort of insecurities are compromised. We're now talking about issues to do with having a fair democratic election. And as East Africa, we've seen opposition figures like Kizza Besigye is a top Ugandan opposition figure. He was abducted in Nairobi and driven all the way to Uganda. This cannot happen in a democratic country. This has to be a coalition between the Kenyan government, security officers, and those of Ugandan, because there cannot be in any way a top opposition figure in Uganda who can be dragged all the way. And next we see him appearing in a military court in Uganda. So this is a culture that we are tolerating, which is even sad to say. And this is why you tend to see a number of youth uprising happening all over the world.
Yes.
That young people are willing to pay the ultimate price to ensure that democracy is protected and that we are living in a world where our voices, our opinions are listened, but are also implemented in the policies that matter for the
Sorry,
Ugandan
Geoffrey.
people.
I have
So
to
back to you,
interrupt you now because we only have a few minutes left. I also wanted to listen to David's perspective. You're so eloquent, Geoffrey, and I love the way you describe this to us. But David, why do you think the pushback is so hard right now?
I mean, we are in an entirely absurd situation. I agree entirely with what Geoffrey said. Sweden used to be a country which was seen as progressive in terms of environmental laws, climate and human rights. But that is being abandoned rapidly. Now we have a government that increases emissions in the midst of the ongoing climate catastrophe. They are supporting Israel in the midst of an ongoing genocide in Gaza. And when activists speak up about it, they are being threatened and repression is taking place. Activists as well as immigrants are being used as scapegoats by the politicians for all kinds of problems. And the results of such rhetoric we feel on the ground. This is not happening by mistake. It's rather done very systematically and strategically. And it very much matches the playbook of fascist power grabs that have taken place historically. I'm extremely concerned that this is the direction that our societies are going towards. So with this in mind, the most important thing we all have to do is to show disobedience and resistance when our democracies are being dismantled step by step.
Well, thank you very much indeed, David, and thank you, Geoffrey, for these strong statements. We really have to stand up with courage for democracy and be brave to protest and also to support the ones that are being threatened by the oppression that we see in many countries, in many regions of the world. So now we're going to move on and watch a film about the only royal, at least known to us, that has been imprisoned for her activism. So a few days ago, we met with Princess Marie Esmeralda of Belgium. We met her here at the COP, and let's hear what she has to say.
So we're here at the media center at COP30 here in Belém. And I have a very interesting guest to interview, and we will talk about that democracy is currently under threat. And with me here, I have the honor to have Esmeralda of Belgium with me. Welcome to our interview.
Thank you very much. Lovely to be here.
And it's so great to see you again. First time we met were actually just a month ago at the Vatican's Climate Summit. It was quite interesting experience with Arnold Schwarzenegger and the Pope, and it were so many great climate advocate people there. And your story, how you became this climate activist as a princess, were very interesting. So for the viewers that were not there, can you tell them about how did you end up here in Belém for the climate meeting?
So I have been to so many COPs over the last 10 years. Yes, since Paris Agreement. So that's not something strange for me to be here. But because it's in the middle of the Amazon, I mean, it's a very symbolic COP. And I wanted to be here specifically.
And how did you become involved in the climate and environment issue from the beginning?
Well, it's a bit of a personal story because my father was very involved in the protection of the environment way before the time it became fashionable. I'm talking about the 1930s. And so when I was a child in the 60s, 70s, I heard all his stories. I got really love for nature and also for indigenous cultures and wisdom and rights. So this is something that started very early. But then came the climate crisis. My father was not there anymore. He passed away in the 80s. But then it became something of an existential crisis and multiple crises. And I thought, okay, I'm a journalist, but I need to do more. I have to become an activist.
And what year was this?
This was, I would say, the beginning of the 90s.
That's quite early. Was it kind of a trigger point, or was it just slowly growing into your conscience?
Slowly growing, and especially meeting all the communities that are the most affected. So indigenous communities, local communities, women, because we know that it's not a crisis which is gender neutral. Women are really very much affected. And so I became really involved in all those different crises.
And you have been doing this for quite a while now. Have you seen something different happening in this space? Because now it's become so polarized and political to be advocating for climate. When did you first observe this kind of change?
Actually, I'm really worried. Because, you know, I was with Extinction Rebellion, I was also arrested, but that was in 2019, and that was more or less okay. And obviously I didn't risk so much. I went to jail, but for a few hours. But now I have many colleagues who are in jail in the UK for 4-5 years. I mean, climate activism is now treated like terrorism. And this is in our countries, but you can imagine in other countries where it's more difficult, when there's less democracy, it's even worse. For example, Ecuador, for the moment, they are really clamping down on NGOs, and especially indigenous NGOs. So we have to mobilize and say, I mean, the terrorists are not the activists. The terrorists are the ones who are destroying our planet.
But wait a minute now. You're a member of the royal family in Belgium, and you have been arrested. How did that happen? Because that is not happening to everyone. What did you do?
Well, I was in a protest, which was a peaceful protest. We were sitting on the street. We were hundreds of us. And of course, there were hundreds who were arrested. I was among them.
And how did the police react when they understood who you were?
Well, they didn't know. So when they said they had to tell my embassy because I was not a UK citizen, I said, oh no, do you have to? And they said, they never react. Don't worry, never. I said, maybe. So they put me in jail, and like 2 hours later, the guy came, and very British. He said to me, you were right, they called. But as I tell you, it was not the climate that we have now, which is really erosion of human rights and democracy.
So if you have been in that protest today, 5 years later in 2025, what do you think would have happened to you today?
Well, I'm privileged. There is no other word for that. And I would have probably another treatment. But I'm thinking about all the ones that have not that treatment, that lose their job, that stay in jail, and that's not acceptable.
What do we need to do to get the leaders to understand that you're not a terrorist, you're actually trying to save the planet, and everyone else that is working here try to do the same? What do we need to do to change this very negative development around the climate protest topic?
I think the citizens have really to unite, and many different sectors like the faith, like obviously the trade unions, like we have to mobilize all sectors of the civil society, because unfortunately some leaders are going that way to restrain our rights. So we have to make a lot of noise, we have to react.
Yeah, there's some new studies saying that 89% of population actually support climate action, but they believe they are alone. So they are not doing so much because they think they are alone in this. When they look at the leaders and how policymakers are making decisions in the other direction, it's easy to understand that it sometimes can feel very lonely. What do you think we that are active in the climate space can do to get them more active? What is needed from people like you and me?
I think everyone can do something, because yes, you're right, some people feel overwhelmed and say I have no power. First of all, it's not true. We have the power, the people have the power to elect the leaders, to talk to their banks and say I don't want to support dark activities like fossil fuels or I don't know, armament and all that. We can talk to our friends, to our family, we can have a big movement, but we have to do it. And everyone can do a small thing. Some can do big things, but everyone can do something.
I agree. I'm also wondering that you're quite unique member of a royal family, very outspoken and not very fearless, and I love that. What I see, a lot of people are looking up to kings and queens and princes around a lot of topics. Do you see that you can influence your cousins, so to say? For Sweden, it's a little bit weird. We didn't have a minister representing us. We did actually have the king. Perhaps you even met him. How do you see we can mobilize the royals around the world for this topic? We all know that the king of United Kingdom were very outspoken before he became a king. Now he's not as much outspoken. He tried to balance it, but this is not really the time to balance things. Or what do you say?
No, but it's very difficult for the King of England, obviously, because it's the government which decides all that matter. But he has been a great voice all over his life, and the Prince of Wales is also now an active, I wouldn't say activist, but environmentalist, which is very important.
And do you see that more can be mobilized to be more outspoken, maybe that are not kings or queens, but are near those in royal?
I think we have to move to the other level. We need to be radical, because we need a radical change of mind, a radical change of system, and not something just cosmetic, which will allow the system to stay the same. If we want to talk about the fossil fuels, it should be the COP that decides the just transition. But we have been waiting all those years to have even the mention. So now President Lula said it's the COP of the truth. So I hope that will be the outcome.
The truth will be the outcome, but we will see what it decide. That's another thing. And if you are dreaming, what will be the dream COP realistically that can be achieved here in the negotiations?
I think the most obvious is the just transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy, because we are on that path. All the businesses know that we are on that path. But now we need the policymaker to have the courage to decide that. That's one thing. The other one, of course, is nature. Nature is completely destroyed. We have to make those two fights together much stronger. And I would say, obviously, the money, because it's always the problem of the money. So much has been promised for the countries which are at the forefront of the climate. Remember, we just had a terrible hurricane in Jamaica. The country is absolutely destroyed. That just before the COP, it shows us the way we have to do and help those countries.
And what do you think the viewers of this interview can do to advocate for climate, but also defend the right to advocate for climate? What is your pledge to them?
Yes, please, to make alliances, to meet all sorts of different sectors, to talk about it, and also to defend the defenders, because those are the ones that are killed every week defending the environment, indigenous and from local communities, for us, for our future.
Thank you so much for joining, and you're a true inspiration, and it's an honor to have you as a guest. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We've now heard about the threats to science and democracy, but what are the solutions? How can we strengthen democracy to reduce disinformation, a big topic, by the way, here at the COP, and to protect journalists, activists, and scientists? With us here to talk about this are Yael Eisenstadt. I hope I've got that vaguely right. Director of Policy and Impact, Cybersecurity for Democracy at NYU in the United States. And Eva Morel, Secretary General of Quota Climate, Climate Media Monitoring, non-profit headquartered in France. Great. Yael, if I've said your name wrong, please correct it for me. You have spent more than 20 years combating... It's close enough. Thank you very much. You have spent more than 20 years combating extremism, polarization, and anti-democratic behavior both on and offline. Could you please tell us about some countermeasures against anti-democratic behavior that work?
Sure. So that's a big task to say what does work. I mean, part of what I just want to sort of set the stage following what the last interview I was just listening to. Any major issue that requires people to start from a shared basic set of facts requires an information landscape that does not only distort facts, but is actually able to be so easily manipulated both by bad actors and by the way the platforms themselves are often designed and monetized. And so understanding that part of it, right? If you want to talk about how to battle climate change, and you're not even starting from not even just the same set of facts, but you're not even hearing the same thing that perhaps your neighbor is hearing, just because you're being targeted so differently with such different messages online, then how can we possibly come together to solve such a hugely consequential issue? And so, sure, there's lots of different ways that people can engage differently online. There are ways that you can work to ensure you're amplifying the good work of people in your space. There's ways to ensure that you are not allowing yourself to fall for false narratives. But the bigger part of it is I don't want to imply that the responsibility for our really consequential and difficult online information landscape right now should fall on individual shoulders. We have to insist that our social media platforms, the distributors of information, that they become better actors themselves in this space. And at least in Europe and some other places, you see some movement from government in that direction. I'm happy to go into more detail, but I just wanted to kind of give that bigger picture first.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. I mean, yes, social media is a different world for all of us in some ways. But what I also seem to notice is with my children who are 32, 30, and 28, they don't treat it half as seriously as maybe I do, because I think, it should be honest and correct, They just blow through it and seem to think it's not a problem. But anyway, let's go to Eva, or is it Ava? Ava, okay. We've heard from journalists who are being threatened for their reporting, but quota climate works from the other end. You're taking media organizations to court for spreading misinformation. So tell us more about that.
Yeah, so I completely agreed what has been said. At Kotai Climate, we work on the way traditional media cover climate change and environmental issues. And what we realized is that the quantity and the quality of environmental information spread was very low in comparison to other topics. And that was ineffective in putting in motion decision makers and at the political but also economic levels. And more we diagnosed a surge of climate disinformation in news media. What we realized is first that the diagnosis was very poor. A lot of studies document the way climate disinformation spreads online, but not really in traditional media, meaning the TV, the radio, and the press. So first, we wanted to calculate the quantity of cases of climate disinformation on news media. And the way we define disinformation in comparison to misinformation is the presence of contradiction on live by journalists when something falls, when the facts are contradicted. After that, we realized that in France, it was in 8 months of airtime, so between January and August 2025, more than 500 cases that we diagnosed. And there was no body of law able at the moment to act upon this threat. And we also feel like it's a collective problem, and that shouldn't only be individuals that tackle the issue with their ability to differentiate opinions and facts. So this is why we went to the independent media regulator, the ARCOM at the French level, to raise, I think we did 25 complaints at that moment. And for the first time, 2 weeks ago, the higher administrative court in France, the Conseil d'État, said for the first time that climate disinformation in news media was a breach of citizens' right to correct information. And for the first time, they validated the first financial penalty. And this is the type of things we do at French level, but it is also the type of things we promote here at COP30, because for the first time, climate disinformation is a topic of the discussion here, promoted by President Lula, but also by the UN and UNESCO. And the big achievement that we would like to have is for a declaration to be signed by the majority of countries here to say that integrity of information integrity is just the basis for good negotiations on climate change.
So maybe I can come back to you, Yael. So maybe just elaborate a little bit about what you said, because you said it's if I understand it correctly, the kind of information you're receiving will obviously shape your view, but it might be completely different to your next door neighbor. Is there some way of resisting, for example, say, social media once it gets its jaws into you? If you've been reading certain things and now it thinks this is what you want, in other words, shaping your views.
But understanding that when you receive something that immediately strikes a very emotional reaction, whether a positive or a negative, take a beat, take a breath. take a second before you immediately repost it, engage with it, get outraged by it, especially with more and more sophisticated artificially generated content being posted and used now. It really, again, so much of the reasons that such bad information can be amplified and spread like wildfire online is because it's intentionally playing to our emotions. And so just recognizing a little bit of that, learning how to take a second before you share anything, learning how to, if it is something that you find to be really important, learning how to look at who is the source of this information, even just that. Figuring out, does this come from a reputable news source? Is this coming from just some random person online? Being a little more educated in how we use the platforms is one way to help inoculate ourselves a bit against those who are intentionally trying to manipulate us online.
It's quite interesting. I mean, I'm not saying this is exclusively in the US, but it also seems that the politics has been trying to also start saying, well, those so-called trusted news sources are also full of fake news, right? So you shouldn't trust the New York Times, you shouldn't trust the Washington Post, there it's all made up and it's all fake and it's all anti-my political party, right? I mean, the BBC gets this in Britain. Whenever there's a new government in, they always feel that the BBC isn't treating them fairly, because normally the BBC actually tries to, hold the government to account, whether they're left or right. But
well, so that's a really important point, and I do apologize. I'm going to have to leave in 2 minutes. What you just said there, though, is such an important point. I know we're here to talk about how to combat climate change, but it is important in the US, very much we're experiencing this right now, to understand that is a page out of the authoritarian playbook. Make sure that people don't believe anything. Make sure that they don't trust in the news. And the only thing we can do as citizens who don't want to be constantly manipulated with false information is to fight for a free press, is to push back against it. That's why I said, I don't want the takeaway from my words to be, don't trust anything you read, because then that gets us to a very dangerous place as well. But how can we push for more investment in media, push back against the narratives that are happening to make us not trust in media? It is a really complicated battle, but critical if we want to tackle any of our biggest global challenges.
Thanks, that's good. Just looking from your perspective then, I mean, you're trying to tackle kind of deliberate disinformation by the media. Is that because, I mean, okay, I was a journalist for 13 years on the Times newspaper in London, and I did occasionally get the odd thing wrong, but there was a kind of sense of that you were trying to somehow get it right. But there are some newspapers that, you know, are well-funded by, you know, they say the private sector, or well-funded by organizations that want to peddle a certain narrative, which may not be true.
Yeah, I want to make a distinction between the actors and the vectors of climate disinformation. When we talk about the media spreading disinformation, we are not specifically saying that they are themselves the source of the disinformation, but just that they are the objective of every disinformation campaign that want to reach mainstream media to be normalized and then trusted, or just to insinuate that we don't trust anyone, and that's a danger for democracy, as was being said. The climatologist from the US, Michael Mann, said that there was this coalition of the unwilling that was spreading disinformation campaigns, which is composed of the fossil industry, the attention economy, foreign interferences, and extreme right movements. And recently, he added that some of the media were part of the coalition of the unwilling, specifically for the reason that we outlined, is that we have this in France and we have this all over the world. Some private interest media have vested interest in this information because it creates audience, it creates revenue, it's profitable to disseminate this information at the moment. And so it's become this economic warfare between two types of economic models within the media. And this is why we make a distinction between public interest media and vested interest media to talk about the media that spread this information themselves.
This is very interesting because I've seen a rise just recently in terms of the number of kind of fake images of lovely birds standing next to, dead on the floor next to wind turbines, which is an old playbook by the fossil fuel industry to make you think that all beautiful birds are being killed by wind turbines. And again, pictures of electric cars on fire. I think, you know, most electric cars don't catch on fire, but they're trying to create the narrative that electric cars generally are a bit risky, you know. So I'm seeing a resurgence of this, perhaps because, you know, the renewable energy story is so powerful now, it's taking over, it's doubling every 2.5 years. The fossil fuel industry are in danger of losing their business model, so maybe they're fighting even harder with disinformation. Yeah, come back to us. You wanted to make a point. Sorry.
Yeah, and then I have to leave. I'm so sorry. That last point was one of the most critical things that people need to understand, and that's really the core of what we work on. There will always be people who have incentives to put out anti-climate messages. There'll be people from industry, all sorts, but what you just pointed out, it has also become profitable online to create content that is really controversial. So you have some people who understand that stoking fears, engaging in conspiracy theories, and sometimes that happens to align with conspiracy theories about climate. If you can build up a bigger and bigger audience doing so, you can also get financially rewarded for doing so. So it's really important to understand part of why I work so much on the incentives for how these companies operate is because that is one of the downstream effects. Everyday people have discovered that they can make a lot of money by engaging in really controversial stuff online if they can be salacious enough to grow an audience. And so that was a really important point I just wanted to emphasize. I'm sorry I have to go, but thank you so much for inviting me to the conversation.
This live show, we've got 2 million viewers today in 150 countries. So thanks for having the time to be with us. Thank you. We've got a couple of more minutes or seconds.
I just wanted to make a segue between what she said on social media and the way it's profitable in news media is the fact that nowadays you need to make news in a way that's accentuating cleavages so that people stay a bit more because they want to feel emotion. And climate change is a bit rough in terms of covering it because it's scientific information at the root of it. And then everything that's happened here is very technical. And so the people that talk about it in a very simplistic way by disinforming, of course, and moving from old denial to what you said, new denial, which is more disinformation on the solutions of the transition and not only on the pure scientific observation that climate change exists or it's caused by humans. That's making people worry. Because, well, they are fearing that windmills are going to be popping up all over their homes, that electricity is going to be more costly, stuff like that. And so news media that have an interest in having a distance with the fact to create more audience have the very same interest that social platforms that use the same tactics. And so this is why we feel that when we talk about climate disinformation, this narrative should include all the informational ecosystem, and we could even add the AI industry now, which is spreading this information even more. We could cite Grokopedia, which is, well, now an industry of disinformation, right? And so if we take all that point of the disinformation ecosystem, we understand that it's fluid, and we can not only rely on social media to act upon the issue, but journalists should be really counterpowers to this machine that's in motion and growing at the moment.
Yes, emotion driven. And also it plays very nicely to those that feel they're victims of some decision taken high up in government somewhere and it affects them and they're losing out. And I think that's another phenomenon right now.
Yeah, the International Panel on the Information Environment, which is kind of the IPCC on climate disinformation, published a report recently saying that the end goal of climate disinformation campaign was exactly what you said, to reach decision makers and to make them feel alone, that they were acting on climate change against public opinion, and that they should take a step back on this issue and focus on, for example, immigration and the economy. And that's actually a lie, because public support is very strong and remaining quite strong, even if we are feeling that there is this backlash all over the world. And climate disinformation has to be tackled at the very effect it produces. We need to bring the story back to the support it generates to act on climate change. And this is why the cup of the people that we are living here today is quite strong in that story building.
Yeah. We've got to leave it there because we're now kind of way over on this point. I want to thank Yale, who's now gone. I want to thank you for being with us here today. And earlier in this session, we heard from the director of the documentary, The White House Effect. In our next session, we'll turn our attention to another great documentary produced in collaboration with the United Nations Development Programme. So please stay with us. I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located. Global temperatures rise. The effects on social media on Generation Z. To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic. No exception for rape or incest.
Non ho ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei Lei viene già. Allora, lei non ho ancora capito bene. Lei viene già. Allora, lei ancora capito bene. Lei viene già. Allora, lei Non ho ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei non ho ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei bene, lei viene già. Allora lei ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora lei ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora lei
That
ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei non ho ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei
That
ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei non ho ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei Non ho ancora capito bene, lei viene già... Allora, lei non ho ancora capito bene, lei viene già... Allora, lei capito bene, lei viene già. Allora lei non ho ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora lei non ho ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora lei
That
viene già. Allora lei papà. Ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora lei papà. lei viene già. Allora lei papà. capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei fa ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei lei viene già. Allora lei bene, lei viene già. Allora lei ho ancora capito bene, lei viene già... Allora, lei papà... viene già. Allora, lei è un papà. ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei è un papà. Ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei è un papà. ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei non ho ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei
That
lei viene già. Allora lei papà. lei viene già. Allora lei papà. Lei viene già. Allora lei papà. ancora capito bene, lei viene già. Allora, lei parla.